everybody. Thanks for joining me on day 2 of the wildlife painting workshop. So hopefully everybody is well rested and we're ready to paint. You know, for all the folks out there in live stream world, thanks for joining me. I hope you're able to follow along. If you have any questions, feel free to leave it in the chat section and I'll see if we can, you know, just give us a shout out. Let me know you're there. Let's see, we're going to jump in on we're going to start with the Bobcat and we will flip over after lunch, go back to the Great Blue Heron, and we're just going to mess it up here. So we're going to have a good time. So thank you for joining me, and we're going to go ahead and jump right into this. I know you were just asking me about the colors that we're going to use, and I'm going to go ahead and call out the colors. Most of what I'm going to start putting down now on my palette, and if you need to scrape off an area or just start another palette, that's fine. It won't hurt my feelings. But a lot of the colors that you use for the heron are also the same colors we're going to use on the Bobcat. So I'll call it out, and we're going to block the Bobcat in today. That is what we're going to do right now. So with blocking in, we're just going to, we're not going for detail. So you'll be able to watch, and I'm hoping, because I put a light on this, I'm hoping it's not going to be a glare. I'm hoping you can see it better. So let's see what happens. Well, I'm hoping, because I wanted to be able to show color on this. So, and I threw a light here, and actually we don't have the overhead lights on right now. So yeah, and I think it's a little bit more calming, a little less stark. I think there's enough. I kind of walked around, and I think there seems to be enough light for everybody. So it is a little bit dark. I wish I could say when we need to put the lights on, we will. I think we're going to be okay. I think we will be okay for a little while without the lights, especially for the blocking in. Okay, so it should be fine, but we can put the lights on here a little bit, but I think it's helping with this a lot. So we'll go ahead and jump in. I'm going to get my paints here and look at what I have. Yes. Generally, I work from the background to the foreground in almost any piece that I start. Now, that's like any rule can be broken. It's just how I generally work, and I wanted to have that in so we can have our soft edges. We will be going back and forth on the background, trust me, because I want you to have the soft edges, but at least we kind of have an idea of how and where everything's going. Also, we were able to use the background on this piece to cut in and make adjustments to our wipeout of the Bobcat. So if we needed to bring it in a little bit, we could with that background paint. So let's see what we got here. Okay, I am going to put glasses on for now. All right, I'm looking at the Bobcat, and of course I predominantly see yellow ochre. So I had pretty much almost used up all my yellow ochre yesterday. I was trying to make my palette go as long as I could without adding paint, because you know there's always all kinds of games we play with each other. So I'm putting down a little bit more yellow ochre in the same area where I had it before. Obviously I need more white. So I'm going to find my titanium white here in a minute. That's flake white. And again, I'm putting my titanium white where I had it yesterday, up at the top. But sometimes I know I'm looking at my cat and thinking, you know, I probably could use a little closer to my colors that I'm mixing. I'm going to put a little bit of more burnt sienna. Now I still have quite a bit of my other colors. So if you have your the Sennelier natural tint on your palette, that will be good. Of course, we need a little ivory black.
And what is it called, natural tint?
It's natural tint from Sennelier. It's this one. Do you need some?
Yes, please. Just a little where?
There you go. Anybody else need some? You need some?
Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome. I'm going to put right here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Does anybody else need any? Hang on. Jerry, could you pass this to Penny? Just put a little bit. You don't need a lot. It's only enough to, you just need enough to tone your, there you go. Is everybody else good? Does anybody else need it? Oh, I was gonna say, could you pass that to? Yeah, just like a dab. Just a dab will do you. Just a little dab. I'm gonna go ahead and freshen up some of my other, my raw umber. I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit more raw umber down, putting it at exactly where I had it yesterday. A little bit of the burnt umber. Ah, thank you, sweetie. Yes, the raw umber, burnt umber, Van Dyke brown, all the good stuff we were using yesterday. And if you still have some of your King's Blue, you need what? What? Oh, go downstairs. Just use the staircase and prop the door open if he's waiting for you out there to get your. Ivory black. Oh wait, you know what? Where did she go? Hey Ann, could you give Deanna the key? All right. Okay. I need a work area here, so I'm going to scrape off some of my paint so I have a place to work and so you guys can see. Whoops. I'm just going to I don't need a big area. I just need to have an area. And I need a paper towel. So I'm going to grab one of your paper towels, if you don't mind. Ah, yes. Got it. All right. Rock and roll. So did everybody slept well? Okay, you know, did okay sleeping? That was me. When I went to sleep last night, I was like, oh, I don't even remember like falling asleep. I just remember waking up, you know, which is really kind of nice. I'm looking for a particular brush. I guess I could use this one. Now I don't want you to be concerned about detail. Again, I remind everybody to squint. Squinting is good. And by squinting, and I'm sitting here telling you to squint when I have my glasses on. Squinting will allow you to only see what you have to see. So you're not going to be, oh yeah, here's where the eyes are. I'm going to just go ahead and start doing the eyes. I don't want to, when I come around, I don't want to see any eyes. I don't want to see any nose. I would just want to see blocks of color. And so watch what I'm doing. I'm hoping you're going to be able to see better up here. So don't go off trail and start making eyes and whiskers, okay? So I'm going to start with, this happens to be a number 5 long filbert. This is a series 279, but it doesn't, as long as you have a filbert that is softer, this is a filbert. A filbert is, it doesn't have to be a filbert. Okay, I need to back up. I love filberts, but some people like flats. They love flats. I use flats sometimes, but I happen to be a really Love filberts. So what you're going to need is a brush that's going to be flatter and can do good coverage. So if you're more comfortable with a flat, that's fine. As long as you've got one that's sort of soft, not a really coarse one. And if you don't have a super soft brush, then take whichever brush you're using, dip it in a little bit of your oil and really work it into the fibers of it. It will help soften it up just a little bit. But this is a 279. This is a hair brush. This is a soft brush.
So a filbert is like square.
A filbert, here's the difference. This is a flat. This is a filbert. A filbert is, it's also called a cat tongue, okay? And a cat tongue, just like you think of a little cat's tongue, it's shaped like that. So it's got the rounded edges, and a good one is actually tapered. So I have been known to start and complete a whole painting with one brush if it's a good filbert, because I can go ahead and get really pointed ends on it and nice edges, but it carries a lot of paint. So it's flat. It's a flatter brush. It's not a round, so it's got the same pinch here, but see how this is a flat and it's very blunt? So there's your difference. So I'm going to stick my brush just in a little bit of oil. Thank you, dear. I'll just take it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, put this over here. Let's see who's joining us here. Good morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I'm going to mix a little color. If you've got your little palette knives, I'm going to take some titanium white, and I'm going to make a color that is going to be somewhat of a neutral mid-tone, okay? So I'm looking at my Bobcat. Yellow ochre and titanium white. Okay, let me move my big head out of the way. I'm taking a palette knife and mixing a little bit of raw umber to it. A little tiny bit of burnt sienna. And so I'm only taking like a dab, remember, you can always mix off to the side. So when mixing color, unless you're really confident about it, if you have your titanium white, you can start mixing your color off to the side and then start slowly adding it to your white. Believe it or not, I'm grabbing a little bit of this this purple color, just knocking down or graying down my yellow. No, I actually took, it was a color that I made with, it might have been natural tin, and it was right here. It looks like it was, might have been like a dioxazine purple with, does everybody have dioxazine? Any purple that you have, and making purple is super easy if you've got red and but with the colors you have down, you should be okay. All I'm doing is I'm just knocking down this color just a tad. And I'm gonna make another color right next to it, taking some of the color I just made and putting burnt umber. Yep, sorry. Because I have a big old melon. So I'm putting a little, I took just a little bit of what I just mixed here, and I mixed a little bit of burnt umber. That's what that is so far. And now I'm taking that and mixing a little bit of burnt sienna into it. I'm gonna start with that, I think. Let me see. I'm gonna make another one that's a little bit darker. So I'm taking more yellow ochre off to the side. And I can already tell you, I'm gonna have to, I did put enough yellow ochre down. There we go, that's gonna be good. So I took a little bit of the color I mixed originally and just added a little bit more yellow ochre to it. Can you see the colors I mixed? Okay. So let me ask people, while y'all are mixing your colors, just keep mixing your colors. What do you feel like you have what you struggle with the most? Is it color mixing? Okay. Bonnie says color mixing. How about anybody else? Yeah. Yes? And value. Interesting. Really? Okay. All right, I've got ideas in my head now.
That darker value that you have there.
This one? That was burnt. I just took a little bit of the color that I mixed on top and mixed burnt umber.
Which one was burnt umber? That's
I don't know.
Van Dyke, so it's either that one, probably that one.
This one's burnt umber. Burnt umber will look a little bit redder. Okay. I'm sorry? You can try. You can. And what I'm going to do, because there's going to be a lot of corrections I'm going to be making here. I'm also going to, you know what, while you guys are mixing, and I don't want to jump in before you tell me you've got some colors down, I'm going to make some of the grays that I see in the cat too. And there's, you know, like her underbelly area. So I'm starting with titanium white. I love to do titanium white, King's Blue, and burnt sienna. Makes a really nice gray. Burnt sienna with King's Blue. Burnt sienna, King's Blue, and titanium white. It makes a nice gray. And that's what I'm mixing here. I use King's Blue a lot for grays. I hear chatter. And titanium white. Titanium white, King's Blue, burnt sienna. Makes a lovely gray color. It's I'm sorry? I would say it's a light gray. I'm just trying to gray down the white that's on the Bobcat. So be sure to look at your reference. If you're curious if your color is correct, look at it compared to your actual reference. Now, some people are working off the actual photograph of the painting, and everybody received at some point the actual reference of the cat. I am going off the reference of the cat because I can look at my painting and see, yeah, I might have done it differently. And Joy Lynn, if you're listening, I also like to, I always use filberts almost all the time, but I do use I make grays in different ways, and a lot of folks, that's why I was asking about color mixing is, and understanding value, and Susan said, and Jerry said too, that they had a little bit of struggle with different values. Interesting enough, the Heron piece is really almost a value study. We have some warm colors, but there's all different degrees of grays in this piece. There's not a lot of color. I'm sorry? It's hard to hear me? Oh, okay, I will talk louder. Matt, do I need to be tuned up? Okay. So I understand as far as value, sometimes it can be difficult. But it helps, again, it goes back to relative. And we were talking about this, like, was it last night about relative temperature of things? Right. And was it just with you, or were we just having this conversation? Yeah. About relative temperature, of course, value is also kind of relative. But if you look at a scale, and you can get value scales where you get white being the lightest and black being the darkest, and then all the different grays in between, it will help to understand value better. Now, another thing you can do is to take whatever you're going to be painting and get a black and white photo of it. Look at it in black and white, that's it. Then you don't get confused about color.
I think it's more the relationship of value to, like, the value of one color and the value of another color, and you're putting these separate.
Two separate colors.
Yeah, you're putting them like next to each other, and they seem to kind of shift.
Yeah, and that could be tricky because the amount of chroma that some paints have, you know, I mean, obviously King's Blue has a lot of white in it, right? So but it's also a very opaque color, which is why I like using it. Do you all understand the opacity of different pigments, different paints? I'm gonna assume that I see people nodding, and I also see blank stares. So I'm gonna assume nobody knows anything about opacity. When I talk about opacity, I'm referring to, if you flip over your tube of paint, it'll usually tell you if it's transparent, semi-transparent, or opaque. And how I use a paint oftentimes has a little something to do with the opacity of the paint. If it doesn't say that, if you look on your tubes, sometimes you'll see a little square, like right there. And that little square, if it's solid black, that means it's opaque. If it's half black and half white, it's semi-transparent, and if it's white, it's transparent. So not all tubes say it, and some of the tubes, if you're like me, you have tubes of paint that are in languages you don't understand. But that kind of rule of thumb is true across the board on the opacity of paint. So if I'm wanting to do glazing, for example, I know I'm getting off track here, but if I was going to be doing glazing, I don't want to use titanium white, because titanium white is going to kill the color, and it's going to make it so I can't see the colors underneath it. So if I want to tint, and tint by definition means adding white to a color, if I'm trying to tint a color for glazing, I'm not using titanium white. So I'm going to use another white, like Kremitz or lead white, because it's transparent.
Is zinc white transparent?
I think it is.
It's not really that transparent, but it's what people often
It's right, and it's also because if you're trying to do glazing, you're going to be using mediums anyway, which is going to help with making it more transparent. But I'm just throwing that out there. There's a whole lot of science behind the colors. So, but when I'm like in blocking it in, and I'm using titanium white, so I'm only using an opaque white today. I mean, about the only time is if I'm glazing, and then I use one of the other whites to make me happy and get my work done. Okay, so I'm looking at my picture, and I'm just going to go. I'm going to go with the darker value that I mixed, and I have a glare on my. I've got a camera to my left and a glare to my right. I'm trying to see everything. And I'm using a little bit of oil because I'm not worried about the fact that it's very, you'll see that it's slippy and slidey, and you'll be like, this is not what I want. I'm going to the mid-tone, and it looks like I need more oil. Nope, that's too light. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to need, I may have to get some, I'm going to throw something at you guys. Does anybody have cad yellow with them? All right. No, I've got it. I just want to make sure you guys have it. You can use cad yellow. I'm going to be using Yellow Lake. It's very, well, no, I think I've got cad yellow in here. Yeah, I got it. I got cad yellow. Actually, it's cad yellow pale, but it's going to be fine. I just need to, this color is a little too flat for me, and I got to bring it up a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. And again, we're dealing with cads, and cads are also very opaque and very intense. So use very small amount.
You're adding that to the darkest value?
I'm adding it to my light value, actually. And ah, Indian yellow. Does everybody have Indian yellow? No. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to liven up my palette a little bit. Okay, if anybody wants to share over on that side, Indian yellow over here. Here, I got you. If you'll take care of everybody else over there, I'm gonna put a little bit of that down.
Oh, yeah.
Do you? And you need some Indian yellow.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. You need some Indian yellow.
Sure. Oh, that's a nice color.
Yeah, it is. It is a good color. Little Indian yellow. Indian yellow. Do you have Indian yellow here?
No, I have brown ochre, which is
Okay, I'll just put a little Indian yellow right there. Oh, you've got it now?
right there.
Right there. Reeves, do you have Indian yellow? Do you? I'll just put you some here. Your colors look good. I said I liked your yellows. Your colors that you're mixing. Okay, are we good? Sorry, I'm throwing stuff at y'all. It just kind of, because I was not happy with the colors that I'm seeing. I'm mixing a bit of the Indian yellow. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. It's really the Indian yellow I was looking for. Oh yeah. In the color, the original light color that I mixed, I just put a little Indian yellow into it. And I'm just, huh? Yeah, it is a pretty color. And try to follow, like if you watch my brush strokes, I usually will try to follow the contours of the animal. So if I see how I'm moving it in this direction over, and it's okay if you see that transparency or that weird, streakiness right now, it's okay. We're just blocking in. And you might need to use a little bit of oil, but not a lot of oil, because otherwise it makes it even harder for it to stick. And you can see sometimes my strokes, see, it's very messy. I'm being very rough with it. Now, I've got this very straight line here. And if anybody has ever heard me talk before, knows that I like a soft, what's laughing?
I just got my green in my cap. I used my finger on the paint.
You did what?
I moved some green with my finger and just got green.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I've been there. I'm actually going to take a smaller brush right now. Hang on, I got to find the right one. This is good. I'm going to take, this is a number 6 rosemary. It's a domed filbert. It's a red dot. It's very similar to a sable, so it's very soft.
Number 3, that
Yeah, as long as that'll be fine. That'll be fine. As long as it gets soft, what I'm going to do is I'm going to soften my edge here. And yes, this is still very wet. And it's okay if it blends with the green a little bit. I'm pulling it out just a little bit. And you might need to put a little bit of, actually, I'm going to split the difference here. All right, so here's a little weird lesson. I'm taking the green that we started off with to do this area because I need it wet and it's not wet enough. And anybody knows knows me knows what I'm getting ready to do. I need that soft edge. I like soft edges. I'm just going to bring this down. This is where, Matt, this is where I wish that we could zoom here. I know we can't. And since I have wet paint on both sides, I'm going to put some more on here. I'm going to split the difference between my wet green and my the light Bobcat color. And what that does is it just makes the Bobcat really become a part of the background.
When you say split the difference, you mean right now?
I'll show you. I'm going to come around and show everybody. Because I think it's, I'll explain, but I want it to look like it's almost blurred into the background. So I'm going to come around and show you what I'm talking about. So what we're talking about is, since I'm just trying to get the, do you not have sap green?
Yes, it's right there.
That's your sap?
Yeah. Oh, I see.
See the soft?
Yes. Better, better.
So
Oh, that's amazing.
then you would pull some of this with a clean brush, make sure it's clean. Kind of up. See how it just makes that very soft?
Yes.
And you just keep a very light hand. That's the idea, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Let's
Is
see.
that my brush?
No,
Okay.
I came with my own. I got my own brush. Okay. So remember too, if you have an opportunity to correct, you can make your corrections. So I'm not gonna, this comes out, but then it's not round like that. It's kind of humpy. See, it goes out and then it goes down and then it humps a little bit. But I'll let you work that. Now you're fine. But what I was trying to show you here, this is the wet edge, splitting the difference. See my brushes between the wet of this side and the wet of that side?
Yep. Just kind of smoothing that.
And so what it does is it makes the Bobcat look like it's not pasted in there. Oops, let's get a little bit more of your color here. And so see how I'm able to create that soft fuzz?
Oh yeah, okay.
But you have to work that paint into that green, that wet, or else it's not going to be successful.
Yep.
So, and then you just go back, so where you pull the green into this, you just kind of keep bringing some more. And you just basically finesse it in there.
Okay.
That's the soft edge. Uh-huh. Let's see here. And I'll show you one. I'm just going to take some of your paint here. Let's see. Just so you have, this is nice and wet. And then you split the difference. You soften that up. Once it's soft, you can I don't think I had enough paint there. See how you're kind of getting a softer look here?
Yeah.
And then you would in the interior part of the cat, you just kind of load some more of your color in here. But you have that softer edge. But you really have to make sure that this part's pretty wet before you can make that soft edge really go in there.
Oh,
Okay? All right, let's see here.
okay.
Yeah, you've got the big cat. So this is wet and this is wet.
Right.
So you split the
Split it.
split the difference. Let's see. Thank you, honey. And it just keeps it soft.
That's
So we're
kind of what we did on Arch.
exactly. Yeah, I know you've seen this before.
Yeah.
And especially when you're doing portraits of people and you're having them round the edge, the rounding into the. But you just keep it nice and soft. That's the idea.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Better hump, Suzanne?
Huh?
Does he have a better hump now?
Yes. Hump the hump. A better hump. Okay. Oh yeah, you got the idea. You got the idea. But know that be careful about making the fur look like this. You're gonna wanna
I'm coming back with it.
Okay, but that's the idea. You've got it. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is we want to, where's your greens?
Greens.
Okay, is this your green? Is this your green?
This is one of my greens.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to grab this here just a little bit, and I'm just going to grab a little bit of this here. So if this is nice and wet, I'll grab a little bit more of that green. So if this is nice and wet, I'll just show you in this little area here. And it's right up to the line.
What do you mean?
Right up to the line where the cat starts. So I just went up.
Isn't it already there?
It wasn't really wet. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then once I get enough of this on, you're going to learn that you're going to want to mix
a lot
more
more.
colors. Yeah. So when I say split the difference, I take my brush that's loaded,
Yeah.
and between the two places, I go right between them.
To give that halo effect.
Right. What you're going to do is you want it to look like there's going to be a little bit of the cat hair is going to be soft like this. I know it doesn't look.
I see.
Hang on. So what it happens is it actually makes the cat become a part of the painting. It's not like just sitting in there. Let me just make a little bit more. I'm just trying to get this a little bit. Ooh, it's trying to lift up on us. I'm trying to.
Sap green, because that was the.
Yeah, I'm just kind of making something that looks kind of sappy. Boy, it really does want to lift, yeah. Okay. So then, yeah, you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to be mixing this every. Let's see.
That's the better sap green.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is. I'm not a big fan of any of the the colors that come from like Hobby Lobby or.
Yeah.
They don't even.
It wasn't right.
They don't even.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
And this one's too, like, it's a whole different shade of green.
Yeah.
Like, it's
All right, there we go. See where that is right there? So you get to where. So you see by pecking, I actually make it messy. So you don't want to do that. You want to try to keep a nice, smooth line like that. Now, once you do that, you think, well, why do I want it to be like that? You're going to come back on the inside of that line.
yeah.
Bless you. And just kind of mean, there's going to be little parts where you're going to lift up and.
So the goal is that we just blur between this hard edge instead of this hard edge.
Right.
It's just a fluffy edge.
You want it to be a soft, fluffy edge at first. You're going to add, and you'll see when we come back to this tomorrow, you're going to get to do the little details because hopefully a lot of this will be dry and you can put, but you kind of want to, it's how the light rolls. Oops. How the light rolls. And as it goes into the background, it will have that edge or halo effect. So that it probably seems weird just to do it in this area now, but I anticipate where it's going tomorrow. It'll all come together, but it's important, I think, initially to get soft edges. Okay? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So you went pretty impasto with your, hang on, I'm just gonna show you in this one area on your,
Okay.
so you need to be a little bit more careful about how much detail, because you were really impasto in there. I like that you have this weird, interesting effect in the background now. All right, so I'm gonna wet this down here. And I'm gonna put a little bit of, since you got a trunk. And actually, a lot of what I'm gonna apply here, you can apply to your trunk too. Where's your mediums?
That's the wool.
Okay. Are you watching the live stream?
I am.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so see how that's soft right there on the edge? Okay. It's okay if it looks like, boop, 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 there, that's what I wanted. That's what I'm looking for. And you're probably wondering why. But what it does is it makes the cat seem more like it's part of the scene and not pasted on top of it. You can do the same because a log is not flat, it's round. So your edges on your log should also do that. So if you're, or at least figure out where your light's on this, because right now you have, it doesn't really say where the light's coming from.
Right.
So let me get a little King's Blue. So I'm kind of splitting the difference between these two colors here. And if you kind of and probably over here too. So you got a really impasto in here. Then you can go in with your more intense colors, almost right up to it. And you will have enough of the intensity to, but you want to have some soft edges. And you can have some hard edges, but knowing the best place to use them, you know, so you can use them some on the inside here. Ooh, that's real thick. It's like way thick. You can create your texture, but by having just that little bit of a soft edge will make that seem more round. And normally, as I know you're probably just kind of coming up with this from your imagination, you can actually, since it might start there and then as it rolls around, it may be lighter on the interior or on the very lightest aspect of this. So like, you can probably go lighter and a little bit in here. And you kind of have to have it, however, this is going to be when you put the cat on top of it. Does this make sense as far as creating the dimension of it? It's one thing to have detail, and detail's awesome, But to understand that this log is round and not a flat board, then it would help to be able to convey the, and then you would even have lighter values, like kind of what you were doing here. I'm not really, you know, you would go with your lighter values on the that's closest to you. You can have all kinds of fun with that, but softening the edges is really helpful. Now, even if you decided, well, I want this to be really dark or this to be really light, I was trying to split the difference to make it a little softer. But you can go with a lot of dark values just like I did here, or even a little like a jagged edge or whatever, and that creates that roundness because you can see that you have the feeling that that's like a round stick, if you will. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. But then you would just go back over on the cat, because we are going to get the fun fluffy hair later. But just to make the cat seem like it's part of the scene, see how you can make that really soft. Soft edges are really, it's one of those things, if you get nothing from this class, you get soft edges are, like, I think very effective in trying to pull it all together into one space. All right, how are we doing? How you doing? You had the idea. You're going a little impasto too. See how I'm just kind of doing that? Mm-hmm. The fact that you have a lot of paint down makes this easier. And then you can just pull up a little bit. And you're probably thinking, but I'll miss all the fluffiness. You're using probably a little too much paint right now. So you're going to want to just use just start pulling the same paint down. Don't keep reloading your brush, because this is very, very thick. But it seems like you've already had I think you had the idea. And don't worry, a lot of the other stuff that you want to do with the fur and all the little brushes, that will come later. So, but you
This should be green, shouldn't it?
yeah, because this is the cat's paw. Yeah. Yep, you got it. You knew. It's funny that how sometimes you see things on the second day and go, oh yeah. All right, how you doing? Okay, so in here,
Right.
where's your other? Okay, that's okay.
I got to where I was like, I need some white.
Are you just?
Can I not scrape it off?
You can. You'll be able to scrape it off. I bet somebody here would have helped you out. Okay, I'm gonna get this.
I already screwed it off. So you're just using a very soft brush.
Right. What I'm doing is
That's not soft yet, right?
what I'm doing. Hang on. I'm using a soft brush. This is a red dot. It's like a sable. So I'm putting that paint down. Okay. I need the wet edge, and I was trying to just get a color that was close to what you had there. And I don't want to take away your fun details that you put in there. Woo! So, okay, the cat color. I'm going to intensify your cat color a little bit. I've got some green in here. Is this your paint thinner?
Yes.
Okay. So this is wet. This is what I mean splitting the difference. See how I'm going?
Oh, I see. A little bit of the edge of the
Right.
brush is going. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah.
And I'm not poking at it. I'm not doing deep,
Right,
because if you
right.
do that, it will end up pulling that green into your painting.
Okay.
So then, after you get it down like that, then you can manipulate this color, this
Gotcha.
paint here, a little bit. See how you can get that little soft hair?
Yeah.
But you have to see, but you have to be careful.
You have to keep wiping.
Right, right. But see, now you can see where the hair.
I wonder if, are you
with a really soft brush right now?
I am. This is a
No,
red
any
dot.
of my brushes are soft enough. They're pretty much rosemary brushes.
They are, but it's not the. See, this is a soft brush. That's a sable. That's a pure sable. Sables are soft. It's the hair. It's not the brand of the brush. So it's just that your sables are really tiny. What you do? What's that one? Yeah, that's one of your original brushes.
Oh yeah.
But it's okay. These are going to be softer. What you do with this is dip it in oil and just really. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, you could do it. So when you'll just, yeah, it's a little bit harder than it is with a. Let's see.
How did I end up with no soft brushes? That's weird.
Yeah. Anne, do you have a soft brush that she can borrow?
Sure, see what's in there, or?
Can she borrow this one for a minute? Yeah. This is here. You can borrow this one, but just make sure Anne gets it back. It's the number 3. This is see how much softer it is. So you don't need to do this the whole time. This is just showing you that soft edge is how to create a soft edge. And so you can just kind of lift, go back, get some more paint. Kind of we'll warm some of this up a little bit. Did you get? Oh, you do have it.
My color mixing skills is not very good.
Well, that's why I ask what people are, is I'll know how to adjust. But that's the idea. So, and then if your brush is clean,
Yeah.
and knowing how not to how to use a soft hand too is important too.
Right.
Okay, but that's the idea of the soft edge. Okay. All right, Miss Ann.
Hi. I'm not sure, this was all dry, so I put a little more sap on there.
Right.
I'm not sure how to make it not look like a halo.
Okay.
around it.
Can I get in there?
Yeah, sure.
It's just hard. For me, I can't get it.
Corn.
It's corn. Exactly. It is corn. Okay, let's see what you got here. All right.
You're right. You gotta really have a soft touch.
A soft hand helps. Yeah, you've got a really bad glare. Just soften that apple. Yours is the one that's probably got the worst glare. It's like I'm even having trouble seeing.
Kind of shifted during the day.
So later on it'll go away?
I just kind of like adjust the canvas or.
Okay. We're going to do a little bit of shape shifting here.
Yeah, my cat's like skinny like a snowbird.
Some pretty colors you made.
I don't know if they were too bright.
Definitely have to go back to rosemary and buy some soft brushes. It's so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, rosemary brushes are, I mean, but you'll need to get, if you just message me later, I'll tell you what you need. Because what you're using of hers right now is an Eclipse, which is a synthetic soft brush. But what I have is a red dot, which is also a synthetic sable. So this is like a synthetic mongoose, which is not as soft as a sable. Does that make sense? But it's still softer than your ivories. then you just kind of go on up to that area, but not through it. We will be returning to the backgrounds.
Oh, okay.
At least your background, I've had some people that are really impasto and thick with their backgrounds. And I'm
Mine's
like,
probably too thin.
no, yeah, but yours is doable, you know? You just kind of
Just fit, like,
play with it a little bit, but you just got to work it in.
okay, so we're gonna do that like all over the, like all the sides
Not
of
always.
the
I mean, I guess I'm sitting here telling people how to do it, but I felt like I needed to go by and show everybody. But I'll call it out as I'm doing it. So if
Okay.
I am doing it, know that too. We're using a larger brush.
Okay.
Helps in getting it in there. I just happened to grab this one, which is a red dot, and it's a small brush. But
You're talking about the larger brush helps on what you're doing now?
yeah, if you have like a larger
I have-
soft,
Like I have this.
what is
that
it?
Too big?
It's the 6.
But what is it?
Long filbert.
But what is it?
Oh,
What-
an eclipse.
Oh, it is. I was like, it's so painted. I don't even know what you've got there. Yeah, I mean, you can try it. That's it. Of course, the bigger your brush, the easier it is to cover more distance. So, if you're splitting the difference here, you know, you can just let the edge of the brush do it, and it's you know.
Okay. And then with a small soft brush, I'm going in there and doing little wispy hairs.
Yeah, but we're gonna have a chance when everything is, you know. I'm just wanting you to have your soft hairs here.
Okay.
So you can have the soft hairs, and then where I just pulled that into it and didn't, you know, that's when you just go back and take that out.
Oh, okay, do soft hairs and then go.
Yeah,
go
and you
back
can go
over
if
it.
you start pulling some of the green in, but you have to have the wet surface to work into, or
Okay.
else you can't get the soft edge.
Okay,
This is yours.
thank you.
She has one of yours, and I have mine. Okay.
Probably one of the kind of something fell off or something.
Yes, you do have a nice soft edge. That looks very good. And just, you know, you'll learn that as you can tickle it, like barely touch it, like you're not even breathing. Pretend you're working with your eyelashes, and just very soft.
Smush it out.
Yeah, but with like such a light hand that you hardly even breathe when you're doing it. So give up air. You don't need it.
Like move your hand way
Yes,
back on the brush.
you start pulling, exactly. You pull less pressure on the brush. Okay, is everybody good?
Check.
Come check. Come check. Check.
Did I do the soft edge right?
Yeah, as long as you want to blend that back out, but you'll just want to. Yeah, you got it, because I can see it. See how that's always fun when that happens. That wasn't purpose; it just happened. And I like that you don't have like a ton of paint on here. Yeah, I mean, I knew you would have that. You're good. Now,
This is when it fell.
yeah, but that's going to be easily fixed. Don't,
Okay.
especially if it dries a little bit more. So we'll be okay. As long as you're good with your background color, the rest will fall into place. And you got it. That's the soft edge. You know how to do it. She got it. Good. Well, she does them a lot. She just got done doing a painting of her cat, and she had to do all kinds of soft edges, didn't we? Let's see. Soft edges making huge difference. Okay, back at it. Now I gotta catch up with you guys. You guys are like way ahead of me on this. All right, but I do. I have my soft edge right now. It looks like I have a halo around my background of my cat. It's okay. We'll make that go away soon. And I do not need these glasses. Glasses are a funny thing. I mean, you kind of need them sometimes. Like I can't, don't ask me to read stuff without, but then when I'm painting, I oftentimes don't like them, especially in the blocking in stage of a painting, because I don't need, right, I don't need that kind of focus in my life. As I'm just kind of shaking up my background a little bit because I didn't want that halo, little OCD problem here. It'll drive me nuts until I get rid of it. So you don't want me to be nuts. No, that's not good. Okay, cleaning my brush off. Obviously, I need to add a little bit more Gamsol to my container here. Whoop, there we go. Okay, all right, back to the cat. So I did mix up a nice gray, and I'm gonna go ahead and fill in some areas. So I'm just gonna move through with a larger brush. I am using the number 5 series 278. It almost doesn't matter as long as you're comfortable which brush you're using. I'm just tend to lean towards softer brushes when I am using this kind of surface. And remember too, just because I have this cat silhouette, if you will, if I have to make corrections, I'm making corrections. Meaning I might not actually have the shape of this cat correct yet, so if I need to, I will change things. And that's kind of the neat thing about this, is you are still pretty fluid here. And I will see where I have my dark values. And I'm just putting my mid-tone, I'm calling this a mid-tone gray. It's actually quite light gray, but there's not that much dark gray on this cat. And I'm letting it kind of softly blend with this color here, the yellowy color that I put down. Just over here on the side, I'm not pulling that yellow all the way in. I'm just right here where it's playing together. It's playing nicely.
If you need it to be more gray,
Mm-hmm.
do I add more of the King's blue?
What color is it now?
It's kind of taupey looking.
Yes, add some of the, it's got too much of the burnt sienna in it. So add some more of your, good call, Diana. Yes, I was just gonna say that. Do you see how I'm rolling like this? Can you, is the monitor better for you to see today?
Yes, it is better.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just kind of following the shoulder of this cat. This is the chest of the cat. It's going over her shoulder. And I am following the contours of the cat. Yep. Who's talking? Anna, okay. I'm like, who am I hearing? Because yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. I am following the way the hair grows, the way the muscle structure is. If I see it kind of coming down like this, that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, I'm not trying to say that you have to have a really good understanding of wildlife anatomy to do this. You just have to have a really good observation skills, okay? I don't want people to come out of here thinking, well, I can't do it because I don't study wildlife or whatever. No, you just got to be able to be visual and pay attention. Is everybody doing okay? I'm just being very basic. I'm sort of looking at my cat very, very abstractly at this point. And I'm just looking where things seem to be going. But you see how I keep my eye right on my reference. And I'm going to go back up here in the ears a little bit. Seems to be a lot of gray up here. And if I have to change things here, I will. There's a lot of dark in that ear, so I don't want to get too nuts here. Okay. Now, there are darker aspects of this gray. So I'm taking the same gray, because this is just like, remember, we're just blocking this in today. We're going to get this cat blocked in. I'm going to use a little bit of ivory black and umber. It's the raw umber. Actually, I want a little bit more. And since I know I'm working with a wet surface that I just put down, I know it looks like it should be bluer. I'm looking, and folks, I am looking at the actual reference photo. I am not looking at the painting. I know there seems to be, some people have painting photos and some people have the actual reference photo. But you go with what you see. And I'm coming in here, this side of the leg. Be conscious of the fact that it might be slightly curved. And since we have this paint that's already wet, it makes it really easy to blend. And again, I'm using this brush and I'm lifting up, and I know you can't really see it on the monitor, but it becomes very soft. You know, I'm thinking cat fur and what's that? I used raw umber and ivory black into that little bit of gray I mixed. Mm-hmm. And don't worry, like if you start seeing, like I'm working in this one little area, being that it's a bobcat, bobcats do have spots. Here's a trick question for everybody. And I say trick question, so give me a good answer. What is the largest cat in North America? North America. Native to North America. I already heard one answer. Anne got it. She said jaguar. The jaguar is the largest cat species native to North America. Mainly in, you will see them in Mexico. You'll see them in, but Mexico is North America. And you will sometimes see them now, you're starting to see them more in Arizona and Texas. I don't know, I hadn't heard about California. But I know Texas has they're getting them back. They used to be all over the United States. The jaguar? Are they? Now I know that the jaguar also, you've got the Florida panther too. Okay. So, but given the opportunity, they will naturalize. Because it was part of their natural. But a lot of times people don't think of North America and think of Mexico as being part of North America.
And what is the dark part around his leg?
That's the combination of, I put a little bit of ivory black and raw umber in a little bit of that gray that I mixed up, that light gray. Okay. Now, I'm going to look at the legs a little bit. I'm cleaning my brush off. I'm going with my darker color that I mixed. Going right in here. And see how I'm just kind of going down. I'm not really going peck, 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 peck. Don't be a pecker. Now that's nice. It's not burnt sienna. It's the color that I mixed into the. It has burnt sienna in it. It's my darker value. So it has yellow ochre, burnt sienna, titanium white. and probably a little purple just to knock it down. And so I'm moving around this piece and I'm looking for any kind of what am I trying to say? Because there's lots of spots, and I'm looking for anything that is kind of standing out while I've got this color on my brush. I'm looking at this part of the leg. It's a little bit darker, bringing it down. You remember, I will be doing detail later, but I'm just trying to get the big picture, if you will. I see a little bit of just raw umber. It's a very flat color in this area, and since I've already got this wet paint down, I'm putting it in here. But I'm leaving that little soft edge that I created alone. So it does look like a little halo. Remember, I don't want you to get concerned as long as and don't go real heavy with the paint at this point. I've kind of gone around and a lot of people are kind of impasto. Don't go thick. Try to keep it lean at this point. Okay, can you call it out? Only time I use liquid is if I'm in a really big hurry. If I'm in a really big hurry and need it to dry fast, I might use liquid. I use liquid when I'm doing glazing. I use liquid, if you watch my YouTube videos and you saw where I did the cold wax with the sheep, I use liquid when I use cold wax. But I don't use a lot of mediums, I really don't. I use basically linseed oil, and I'll have Gamsol to clean my brushes, but linseed is kind of the only medium I use all the time. And if I am using liquid, I do not use linseed, okay? So no, I don't use a lot of drying agents. Is that Joy Lynn? Hey, Joy Lynn. Okay. Now, do any of you guys use a lot of drying agents? Just curious, no? Okay. And you like it because why? Right. And for the record, folks, Anne does a lot of plein air. And so it probably makes it easier too to like schlep paintings around if they're a little bit drier, if you're bringing them in off the field. So. Yeah. Okay, I'm piddling here. There's a very faint color on the exterior part of this front leg, and it's very gray. So I'm going to take a little bit of my lightest or my mid-tone that I made and add some of the gray that we made and just go along this edge here. And this brush may be too big for me, but I never shy away from a challenge, but that is too big. So I'm going to switch brushes. I heard somebody say something. No? I used my this is my mid-tone color that we first mixed up, and then added a little bit of the gray. I actually am adding a little bit more. So the combination, initial combination is yellow ochre, burnt sienna, white, and then I toned it down a little bit. So then I added different degrees of, depending on the value that I'm working with, I might have added a little bit more burnt sienna, and I think we even put burnt umber in this one. This one has a little bit more of the yellow, and this is more creamy. So, and then I'll add the Indian yellow if it's not if it's not intense enough. If it looks too wishy-washy to you, you know, go by your reference, because I know everybody's kind of seems to be dealing off of different references. So I don't want you to lose sight there. Now, I am going in here and hoping I have wet edges. Yeah, I do. Just like I went around and checked to see how everybody's wet edges were. Now, keep in mind, yes, there is some fun, fluffy hair here, but the hair's pretty tight in some areas. If you don't see fluffy stuff, don't make it up. Otherwise, you're going to make this look like a house cat. I like fluffy, just like the next girl, but fluffy only where it truly is fluffy. Now, I was letting you guys do whatever you wanted on your backgrounds, but here I'll be very particular. This is where my geek comes out. I'll start geeking out on you. And I say that because when it comes to animal stuff, I like to try to be as true to form as I can. What's that face? Oh, okay. What's your problem? What is it? Do I need to come over there? Do I need to come over there? Okay, hang on.
Yes, Mom.
Don't make me come over there. It looks good. That's okay. What was your question?
This right here,
Uh-huh.
is this right here? Or am I-
Your picture is leaning towards you. It almost looks like it's leaning in.
or am I?
You're off. It's okay. We're going to go with as close to what we can. This is this. This is here. This would be the foot. So this area here is this area. Then, but your cat is a little bit short. But you had the stencil.
Yeah.
Oh no, you didn't
No, I
stencil
didn't.
this. Okay,
No.
all right. I was like, wait, losing my mind here. Yeah. So this would be where the foot is. The tail will be down here someplace.
Okay.
So this comes up a little bit more, like that. You've got this part. This I don't want to mess your stuff up here. It's just that you're a little bit off, but just
Yeah.
work with what you got. It'll be okay. All right, are you good? You ran your legs off?
Do what?
Did you run your legs off? The feet?
Well, my cat's taller than me, Bill. It's not going to have a thing to
Sorry.
stand on.
Okay. So you're gonna just try to use a little less paint. You're
I like to use a lot of paint.
I know you do, and it's hard for me to be able to correct it.
How do you not use as much paint?
Don't put as much on your brush. You knew I was going to have a smart-ass answer to that. Well, duh. Just don't put it on your brush. So what you're going to need to do, so like in this area, we're going to blend some of that. It makes it hard if you've got a lot of paint on here to be able to do corrections. And you've got it very thick and chunky. I'm not.
Well, it came out purple looking, so I was trying to change it.
Okay, so if it was too purple, you could have added yellow. So I'm just trying to give this a little bit of a softness to it, a little less chunk. So we're just gonna have a footless cat here. That's all right. And you do have the reference, okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring this leg. It's really. So this all has to be.
That color.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So you're going to need to get that in this. I think your picture almost looks like it should have its feet. Like this back foot should be up here. And you know, you're not going to have the big rock, I guess.
No,
Okay. Not sure what that is.
it's a rock.
With hair?
That's weeds.
Okay. Okay. I think it looks like a hairy porcupine
Should I
rock.
add feet?
Well, so if structurally, I'm going to use what is that? Nope, I don't want that color.
That's not black and green. This is what you said you used today.
Right. This is what I want, just a little bit of this. So if I can help you get you back on track here. The cat's chest will be about here. So this is going to come out a little bit here. And then it's going to start coming in. Okay, so we can use that as, that'll be okay. This is the cat's chest. The leg, so you got so much paint. Hang on, where's your, let me just, so the front leg will be all the way over to here. See, I'm able to move, but see, I gotta wipe it off a lot. There's a lot of paint. Let's give it a little bit more pizzazz. I happen to really like Indian yellow.
Looks like orange.
Yeah. So this leg is going to be like to here, and right here is where the foot would be. So you didn't really, you thought you did, but you really have the room for it. And here you almost don't see the other foot. It's right about there. But you have the rock will come up to here. And then it's going to get really dark in here. See right in here it's going to be dark.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your black?
No, that's not correct.
Oh, natural tint.
Let me see.
I'll just put this here and I'll let you figure it.
Okay.
So your dark is going to go in here. And this is where the foot will be. Is one of these dark?
This is black, I believe.
Okay, let me use that. So if this is like the, since you've got all this, okay. Does that make sense? But you're going to want to, really, yeah, use a lot less paint because it's really hard to help correct it if it's all like soupy, like too much. But that's the idea. Okay, excuse me, I'm gonna sneak in behind you. Are we good?
I've got his leg out.
Yes, it does look better.
Now this is this white.
It's, yes. You're good. You're good. How are we doing back here? Oh, that looks good, Ann. You're okay. You're okay. Just learn to actually move the paint that's already on there. So like you start finessing it just a little bit. You just start to finesse it. So, which, are you still using? Yeah, let me get this one here. So like in this area. See how I'm just kind of, yeah, just start to finesse it. And you can see what sometimes the fur goes around here and does this. And that you know that this arm comes over this area. So you're going to want to really go in here. Don't you just use straight black because you already know that there's enough white down. You don't have to add white on top. And that you can even pull this out in a little bit more. No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Okay, because you guys, a lot of you guys are like a lot further along than I am. So, okay, I'm gonna sneak out. Sneak this way, this way, this way. Looks good. Okay. Okay, back to it. Okay. All right, back to my dark values. I'm going to take raw umber and a little bit of ivory black, and I'm going to start getting in here and getting tough here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. So it looks like he has a weird mustache. But I took raw umber and ivory black, and I'm just pulling this down a little bit. And just kind of moving this through this because I've already got some of this light paint down. Remember, we will be doing details in here later. But this is just the blocking in stage, so I'm not looking to make details, but I do want it to have a good transition. So I'm grabbing some more of my light gray that I mixed and moving it up into that color, but not all the way up because I want to leave that dark area. See, now it's a little bit more blended. I'm also kind of being mindful of the cat's center line. If you look at her chest, you can see that it comes over about here. And this would be the top of her arm here. So I'm taking just a little bit of that mixture I have. I see a line here, goes to about here. Her arm is about that thick in here, but there's a white area that comes over the top here. So I have to kind of look at the I'm looking at where my dark values are, and I'm just blending them into where I need to create the form of the cat. Trying to really pay mind to the structure of the cat and where everything is proportionally in space. Remember, her head is turned towards our right, but her chest is facing left. Hey, Jay. Did you need something? We haven't had any sugar. I don't know. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Because if you can't have sugar, a battery will do. That's it. Okay, you're good. Good to go. All right. See you, Jay. All right. I am. There's sometimes I'm looking at my structure and I'm trying to figure something out, and I haven't quite worked my mind around it yet. I'm putting a lighter version, actually even lighter. So I'm putting a little titanium white into the mixture that the kind of rich yellow that I had here, and I'm just putting a little bit of a light because this is, I guess, the front of her shoulder. And I'm just kind of moving that in there because it's in, you know, there's a little bit of an area where the yellow part of the cat blends into the gray whitish part of the cat, and it's not a very distinct line. There's a very subtle transition there. That's what I'm kind of working on. All right, I want to get some color on this cat's head. Interesting enough, there's a lot more grays in this cat's head than you might think. So I'm going to take that gray that we mixed, the darker gray, which was a combination of ivory black, raw umber, and I'm mixing it in with one of the middle tone mixture that we made, and I'm going to start kind of laying her head in. And I'm probably using a brush that's too small, honestly, because it's always best to go with the largest brush that you have control of. So yeah, I can start calling out all my brushes, and I'll try to, if it helps. I'm still using that red dot that I was working with. That's a number 6 red dot, but I don't know that it's the best brush choice for what I'm doing right now.
Suzanne, what were those colors you're working on right now again?
I have 3 different values, and they're actually different temperatures as well. I've got the one I'm using now is yellow ochre, burnt sienna, burnt umber, and titanium white. Is it not coming across that way?
It's one of the ones we mixed.
Yes.
The darker.
It's the second darkest. And I just want to give everybody a heads up. It's 10:50. We're doing well on time, but before we get done and break for lunch, I want everybody to have their cat blocked in. Okay? I'm not trying to scare you. You've got an hour and 10 minutes. So stay with me and listen, ask questions, but I'm going to try my best to get through. So I know that this part of my cat's a little wonky, and I'll be changing that soon. So I'm making right now, this is kind of like the bridge of her nose. And so I am actually just moving color around. It's what color's on my canvas. It's, on my substrate here. And like I know where things are. I'm just trying to, I'm going with that, I'm gonna go ahead and mix a little bit of Van Dyke brown in with that gray, that dark gray mixture. And I'm just kind of mixing that into that light color that I had down first. And I'm bringing it down because I know there's going to be stripes and all kinds of stuff on this cat, but I'm just trying to suggest where things are going. So I will adjust when I know, because I don't always get it right the first time. And if I need to keep adjusting, and I'm recommending that too to you. If you're looking at your piece and you're going, wait, what? If you have one of those wait, what moments, ask yourself what needs to be adjusted. Is anybody having a wait, what? I know. We all have our wait what moments. And I am looking at my ear of my cat. There's a little bit of a pinky color. I should get alizarin crimson out, but I don't want to. So I'm going burnt sienna. I'm just going to put this reddish color up here. And I obviously will probably be shrinking that ear down a little bit. Just like I said, I don't always get it right the first time. But eventually I get around to it. This is like a really big ear too. Now, they do have bigger ears than you think they should, but I don't want to make her look like a Dumbo. Dumbo, it's a Dumbo Bobcat. Going back in with my mid-tone yellow that we mixed, I'm going to put some of that up here. It's interesting because what it looks like on my palette is not what it looks like when I put it down on my... I'm putting a little bit, because of what it looks like on my canvas or on my substrate. Yeah, I just mixed a little bit more Yellow Lake. I'm sorry, it's not Yellow Lake, it's Indian Yellow. And I do want to have a soft edge there because it's like a top of her head where it meets the... So here's the thing. Remember I told you I had to shrink my ears down? So I might as well go ahead and get in here and do some of that. So I'm mixing some of Ivory Black into my sap green. And then I'm moving a little bit of burnt umber into it because I do like browns in my greens. And I'm going to go ahead and take some of that ear off. And I'm going to come down, looking at my line here, and this area, the ear, and chiseling those ears down a little bit. Putting some more of that down. Would you know I'm still using that red dot? Goodness gracious, Sue. You got lots of other brushes. Funny, the one I grab is another red dot. Another little tiny. I need to just stop that. That's all right. I'm comfortable with this brush. I'm going to go back to the, going back to my red dot. Dang it. And I'm just looking at my ear and I'm carving my ear out a little bit more. And I told you today I'd be flipping around a lot. Now this little hunk that I have coming out here is not exactly right. It's going to be down a little bit more and it's a little straighter through here. So I may be adding a little bit more cat there. So you can see I'm kind of, as I'm doing this, I'm actually finessing through my background a little bit. I'm adding a little bit of ultramarine blue to this green mixture I made, just to kind of shake it up a little bit. I don't want it to be, this is really wet still. I was thinking it would be drier today. So if this is where her eye will be, this is a little straighter through here and goes out, but this is not going to be out nearly as far. Tend to exaggerate a little bit. So quiet today. That's all those people are painting, making crazy works of art, masterpieces. Okay, I'm still thinking. Sometimes I just have to look and think. Now I do have the advantage, folks, of the fact that I'm standing. I can get off my piece and look at it from far away. And it's amazing what you see when you do that, right? Now, you know, I can see, it seems like Lisa's been standing the whole time. Joanne's standing now. It's a good thing to do. It's good to stand and get off of your piece just a little bit. I know it's really tight in here and it's really hard to just really get off your piece, but if you can, every now and then it's okay to just kind of Yeah, I'm looping that out. So oftentimes I'll look and I'll say, yeah, that's got to come out a little bit more. And I'll look at the shapes that, and just change my shapes as I go. This ear has to come over, like it bends this way and then comes down. Always making little adjustments. But I do want to get the inside of the ears. So I'm going with that ivory black umber mixture. I'm going to go on the inside of the ears here. And I know that I have this light hair inside the ears, but guess what? I can go in there later and really do the fun stuff with our dagger brushes. Now, has everybody here had a lot of experience using dagger brushes? But everybody has one? Yay, okay, because that's fun. I get. Well, you know what? What does that mean though? Correctly. The thing is, okay, but it's just learning how to play with different tools. That's all. I mean, how many of here have already had experience working with the wipeout tools? Yes? Yeah, the wipeout tools are fun. Now, if you are in here and you're like, those are like great ways to make whiskers if everything's wet. That's one of the things that I like to do. And I'm still using that umber, folks, that umber ivory black mixture. And I'm just kind of defining areas inside the ears. And just kind of, and I had the very light mid-tone or that very light gray that we mixed initially. I popped it in the ears. So it's kind of blending, and that's good. It's making it soft. I'm able to kind of see where things are going here. Seems like there's a little bit of burnt sienna in this one little spot, and I'm still using this little filbert, y'all. I mean, it's the little red dot filbert. It's a tiny brush. It's actually very small, but it seems to be working for me, so I haven't really wanted to stray from it. But a little bit of burnt sienna right in there. And placement of eyes. I'm not really at that place yet where I'm ready to put the eyes in, or at least to suggest where they're going to go, but I'm getting close. So I'm just kind of looking where I think they're going to go. I'm going to actually take my wipeout tool. Because I had some paint here and I don't want it to be there. That's right. I actually cut it in. There's no white paint been put down yet. That's still the board. Good call. So a lot of times, like I see, I'm gonna have to move more green in here, a little bit more. I'm going back in with my umber ivory black mixture. Now, even though it may seem kind of dark at first, it's okay because I know I'll be adding light colors on top later. But I'm still trying to get the shapes. So it's very abstract to me at this point. And I'm sure it's very abstract to you too. But then I'll start to line things up. Like I have holes or areas where I think the eyes are going. But then when I look at my reference, I look at where the nose is and where the corner of the nose is to the eye, and I start lining things up that way. I have been avoiding having to get a red down on my canvas, and I can't avoid it anymore. If you have alizarin crimson, great. That's the color I would go for. I'm trying to figure out if I've got alizarin in here. And if I don't, I'm just going to go with the magenta, because I'm going to mix it with, if you have alizarin crimson, that's really what I'd rather you use. But I'm using magenta, and I'm just going to mix some. I just need a cool red is what I'm trying to say. I'm going to try to figure out where the nose is going. So I'm going to mix a little bit, if you have your alizarin crimson and magenta. So if you have the alizarin crimson, mix a little burnt sienna in it. And I'm trying to think where the nose is going here. Now, sometimes I'll do stuff like this and say, nah, and I'll end up taking the nose off. What's that? I hear cad red light is too warm. Oh, well, rose madder might work, yeah. Rose madder will work. It just has to be a cool red. So either alizarin crimson is ideal. I used magenta because that's what I had. And now that I have this down, I'm putting that in the ear. Just like I said, I was too lazy to get it out before. I got to put it in there. Burnt sienna. Now this is where I start to finesse, and it might get messy here for a bit, but I start lining things up. And I use my brush as a tool, not just this end, but the whole brush. I am a long handle girl, okay? So a lot of times I will look on my reference and look at the angle that the eyes are. And so I'll make sure that my angles line up. So I'll take that brush and I'll check my angles of where the eyes are to the nose and I'll just start lining stuff up like this, okay? Using my brush as a visual, almost like to direct my angles correctly. So I've cleaning my brush off, and if I can use a clean brush to actually take paint away, and that's what I'm doing. Could use the paint scraper, but I don't need it. I'm just taking a little paint away. And I'm going to take a little bit more off because I got a mess here.
What's the name of the red again?
Alizarin crimson. It's your coolest, it's usually what most people have is a cool red. Alizarin crimson, or if you have magenta, is fine. Because you're not using a lot of it, you just need a cool color to add, a red to add to your burnt sienna.
And you can't use cad.
No, because it's really warm. Nope.
This is cool. The alizarin.
Yes,
Cool.
yes. I know that looks really silly. Bear with me. I need a smaller brush. I'm going in with, now I asked for you all to have like at least, one really small brush. I'm gonna, and the small brushes that I have are actually, Rosemary has a set of brushes. They're miniature workbench brushes, they call them. And it's like a set of 10 10 or 11 brushes for like 30 bucks. They're little, they're short handles, and they're nifty. Now, I don't usually use small brushes. I have a few that I use, but once I got these, because I thought I was gonna get all into doing miniatures, because somebody tried to turn me on to it, and I was like, oh yeah, I wanna do that. And then I kind of, Huh? A number 2's good. Number 2, I'm working with a number 2. Also, it's a pure sable, series 99, but it is one of the Rosemary Workbench miniature series brushes. Like I said, if you get 10 brushes for 30 bucks, that's a good deal, right? If you go on Rosemary, just go to their sets and just type in, when you're looking to search, Workbench miniatures or just miniature brushes, and it will take you to these sets. And I want to say the set was like 33 bucks, and that's a good deal. That's a good deal. So don't quote me on that. And if you're listening, if on live stream, I'm just saying they're cheap. They're inexpensive and they're awesome brushes. But I'm not really certain on the price. Of course, you won't go wrong with anything that you get from them. That's okay.
What did you mix for the nose? Rose batter
And burnt sienna, but it's not even, it's just, this is a holding place for my nose. So you don't have to, I just wanted not a burnt sienna nose, and I didn't want it to be alizarin crimson, I just wanted it to be a nose. So this is basically what's going down right now is a holding place, because I have to finesse the face. The face is not even, I'm taking paint off, I'm putting paint on, I'm moving and swishing, and it morphs. It will morph together. It'll be easier with a smaller brush. So I'm actually just taking a little burnt ivory black, trying to figure out where everything goes. I feel like I have to move in front of this camera, but what? Remember, cat eyes are kind of, this is what drives me nuts, is are almond shaped, that, you know, they're, so I can tell you the nose is coming up. Remember I said this nose is simply a placeholder. This is gonna change quite a bit. And I use my pinky, if I'm using a small brush, I use my pinky as a fulcrum. How you doing? Huh? Huh? No? Corn is hard. All right, so just saying I have this, like, I'm calling the face features, the eyes, the nose, are simply placeholders. They're gonna morph and they're gonna change. Don't freak out. Is your knee hurting you, girl? Is it hurt because it's bent? Do you need a chair underneath your table to prop it up straight?
No, I really should be standing up, but this is too low to stand up all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna walk around and see how everybody's doing. I'm coming for you.
Hey, Sue, I told you Phil.
Huh?
I said, that's not reading, it's reading, and I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't think it was, and I'm like, I was trying to think what brand paint you had that made it that color. Okay, let's see what we got here. Walking around. Okay, I want you to use your brush. You've got your cat looking more forward.
Okay.
Where's your picture? This is when I say use your brush and check your angles. If we get, I'm going to make some drastic lines.
Okay, sure.
This ear is going to be a lot smaller. Yeah. And it's, you gotta get the curve here. See, there's going to be a curve. So if you want to look at it this way, since you're working off of this, your eye will probably be, and this is how you should work with your hand, right like this. It not. I mean, it's going to be in this area. Nose is going to go down.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So if this is, it's kind of, I'm trying to work with the shapes you got here. You're going to have to. See, it's almost like there's an area here and then there's an area here. This ear's going to come down into the head.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
this
I
is
had
where
it
I
like-
wish you had the actual reference.
It was just my mistake. I just thought that the painting was, I didn't know.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I just want to.
I
I'm
screwed
trying.
everybody up.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It was nice of you too to offer to get the pictures for everybody.
Oh, Jeff is just beside himself.
In a good way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God, yeah. He would do anything you asked him to do.
Oh, gosh.
He likes you now. Well, he's always liked you.
But I'll tell you what.
I know her.
Do you know what picture I love that he took?
What?
It was the swallows that were mating.
Oh, you should have, he would like
I
you,
would
wouldn't
love to paint that piece. So Jeff, if you're listening, I like. That's right. Giving you a call out to Jeff. I liked your little swallow piece.
I can't wait to see him.
So okay, so that's when you go to see your mom's birthday. I almost said something.
I'm going to be, well, I think I told you, I'm going to be out.
Oh, is your mom watching or listening?
No.
Okay. All right. I was gonna say I don't want to give anything away. Does she know you're coming? Oh, that's right. You told you. You did tell me that.
She comes after when she understand it.
So you're going to take some of that off. You're going to move this nose down a little bit. This is dark in here. Get your shapes. I mean, I'm trying to work with the colors you got. So this is going to come down, and this mouth is a longer chin. That's the, you're going to want to work with that, but this is not, this is too big.
Okay. So just go around the background?
Yeah, just go back in, just like I had to with mine,
Right.
because mine were
Okay.
too big.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Oh, see, now that's a good color nose.
How?
You're fine, honey. Let's look and see. Okay, I like that you got this here. Let's see here. I'll go with this one. Let me just get you on track with your shapes. The cat is gazing this way. Right now your cat is gazing kind of towards me. It's not looking off. So you can see that there's always going to be a less on this side and more on this side. See how much more face it is? You don't have quite as distinct a difference. So that's when you use your brush and check your angle. See how I can line up this nostril with this area of the nose.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, that's why I said this nose is just a placeholder, and this is why you got this wonderful little tool.
I love the tool.
These are just like the bomb. And we've got this a little too high too. So we're gonna, let me just take this off for a second. So if we're looking at the cat's got a lot more forehead too. So there's this curve to the forehead. And so this is when I will be, it's good to stand, and I know if you're looking over, the nose should be down here. Okay? About right here. No, you can fix your color, but I'm just trying to get your shapes in the right place. If that's that, and the edge of the nose is here, then the eye should be
Go way over, huh?
a little bit here, and this will be this color here. It'll kind of carry over here
Yep.
and pull it down. Her little mouth will be about here. It's just like a little triangle. Ooh, did I really get a lot of paint that time? Wow. Okay. So we're going to move a little bit of your. I'm trying to avoid getting paint all over my face. I'm gonna. It's futile. I'll be a big old painted mess before it's all over. I usually am. Give her a little bit more chin down here, and then it comes down. So that part's in the right place.
Yep.
Just give her a little bit more. This is going to come down this way. So you kind of, it's sort of like carving. You know, you're carving out some features here. So if I go with the whole lining it up thing, then her other eye will be more like here. Hang on. And this is more down. Is it starting to make a little bit more sense?
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to look at the distance here. We're going to bring.
You took purple, just
That's,
FYI.
okay, yeah, I kind of did. Color, it's completely overrated. So we're just, and if say for example, your instructor comes over and purples up your piece, and you're like, what you do is you just take a little yellow, because yellow is its complement, and you can unpurple it. See, you can unpurple it, just like that. Because you know how those instructors are; they come in and mess everything up. That's when you knew you were doing great and it was rolling around.
I wasn't doing great.
Well, but I'm teasing, because it's like I have done the thing where I'm like, I'm sorry, this is wrong, and they're like, no, I thought it was perfect, and you're like, yeah, no, that's not it. And so you're going to see now, like this ear, you're going to bring up the forehead a little bit. That's why you got this little tool. And this ear is going to go. No problem if it doesn't erase. It means it's dry enough and we can paint over it. we're going to take that off there. Actually, this ear is going to go. Kind of goes straight here, and then it cuts back in, and this kind of loops down. Now you see it lines up with your eye. So you'll bring out some of this fur. It's like the little ruff of the side here. That'll come out.
Is the left side of his head too big?
This should be bigger on this side than on this side because her face
it's
is
okay.
turned. Yeah, because her face is turned.
Okay.
So that's all you would see. And then this is going to come out. So let's go ahead and fix that ear, just so we get the. I'm not going to worry about the color right now. I'm just going to get your shape, and I'm doing this so you can see it.
Yeah.
So you see here, it's going to be a little bit more yellow than I'm doing it, but. And there's a little bit of area here,
Yep.
but I'm just using your white paint so you can see it. And then this is going to be about to here. And then this is like a little hump here. Making sure everything's just kind of lining up. And the ankle comes down a little bit.
Much better.
But now you're starting to see the cat, right? She's starting to come. So this ear's, there's going to be kind of a yellow color back here.
Yep.
And this ear is kind of coming, oops, come on, Sue. I see paint, I just don't see it going on. Okay. Okay, and then there's that light here. But that's going to get you a little bit closer to being on track. And sometimes it helps if you, excuse me, put a little bit of there's a little light here. You can lighten up some of this area of the eye, and you start to see the shapes coming into focus.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
You're good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I'm consistently wide. I mean, the cat's not.
You know what? I'm going to
like
say
these.
something, and I'm not going to change yours, and I'm going to tell you why. Your cat is looking more forward, but your cat's head is proportioned correctly for where she's looking. So in the picture, she's looking this way.
Right.
Your cat is looking this way.
Yeah.
But see, we're here. It's not as much on this side and a lot more on this side. You're actually equal. So I'm not going to fuss at you for it.
Okay.
You keep going in the direction you're going. Is it like this? No. Did you copy that correctly? No. But the direction that you have the cat's face, you got your proportions correct. So let's just go with that.
Okay.
You see? So that's okay. This is going to be a little different because you have just as much on this side as you do on this side. If I just hold these fingers like this, it's basically the same.
Yeah.
But you also have the eyes and the nose and the mouth also going in the same direction. So it's what happens is sometimes I have people's, some people will have the eyes looking this way, but everything else is going this way. And then you got a Picasso, So since yours is doing that in that direction, I'm not going to fuss at you because you're just go with that direction.
Okay.
And everything else will fall into place.
Okay,
It'll just
sounds
be
good.
looking different.
That sounds good.
Okay?
All right.
You're good. Let me
Sounds
see.
good.
Let me see how you doing.
How you do?
How you doing?
I don't know.
Okay, you're actually not bad.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad I'm
not
bad.
bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Your ears are a little bit big.
Are they?
Or-
I've already trimmed them down.
Hang on. What it is not that.
What it is?
Let's look at this. I'm going to use some white paint. There's your.
I may need to put more white down.
Please tell me I turned off my iPad. Yes. Ooh, 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 ooh.
What happened? There you go.
Okay.
I must have caught it. Here, let me put some.
Okay, let me see. I'm just going to make some corrections.
Yeah.
And I'm using with white today. Okay. If this is where the ear is,
Yes.
goes down to here, we're going to raise the forehead up a little bit. And then this ear, you're going to have some of the lighter brown color on the outside part.
Okay.
Then you're going to have the swoop. Okay. Her eyes are looking this way.
Is that
You've-
how I'm looking at?
Sorta, no. So what we're going to do, let's just see here. We're going to go. What's that? I know it is. It's very exhausting. Tell me about it.
You make it look so easy. I struggle, you know.
And I do it. I'm having to do it times 13 or
know.
12. Just kind of filling in. Now this is why you have your paint scraper.
Okay. That's what I was working on the eye.
Yeah, we're taking that off.
All of it.
We're going to put them in the. So if you kind of think of it this way, this eye is actually not really in the wrong place, but I'm going to.
Just needs to be bigger.
But it's that the nose is coming over, so everything lines up. So the nose is more like here.
Oh, I had it too far over to the left.
Right. So this eye is more like in here. So let me see.
Here you go.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll take that. So if I was going to,
When you move the nose, made the biggest difference.
right. So if the eye is here, then the nose should line up. So the nostril should be here.
Yeah.
So the nose is like here.
Yeah.
So we're going to take this out. Let me see this first.
He almost looks like he's kind of grinning.
Yes, she does. So here, there's going to be this color here. It's going to be not as. Let's make it so we can see what we're doing here. So. Trying to get on there. Where's that scraper? Scraper. Did it roll away? I know we had it.
I know.
Is it in your? I don't have it in my hand, do I?
No.
I know we had a scraper here a second ago. Oh, it's here. It rolled. Okay. Instead of me trying to paint it, let me try to do it this way. Same here. There's one. Then this nose is even further down. You're working with the actual painting instead of the reference. It's hard. The nose should be more like here. And then the little mouth. Then that should be a little bit more correct. So now just work from that point.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, can I have a butterscotch? Sure. I saw see an opportunity. I'm going for it. Are you girls working together? I just love that.
Yeah, she got my proportions. She said.
Oh, did she take your face off? Did you take
I
her
just helped
face?
her rework her proportions.
Okay, good job. Let's see, where are they?
So,
So,
this
go
is
ahead.
her, she's just working on, her back needs to come down here. This is out there. Those is gonna be where her new eye position is. The nose is in the right place. The legs are gonna be shortened right down. So
Let me see if I can. Where's you're all
she's
working.
working off of that one.
Okay, hang on. Let me take a look, okay? Oh, yeah, I gotta sit down. Do you know that that's the one, oops, dang it. I just did that right.
No worries.
I did that for you. Look what you have. I am going to bust all your cherries today, my friend. Look at these little,
Lord.
look at these. Oh, La Pica. You're bringing in some of the best brushes.
She had all body and very little head, so we had to.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it and see where we can fix this.
Yeah,
Because I'm not
that's
sure that that's where it might be where everything needs to go, but we're gonna see I'm gonna try this guy. Yes, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna just go in with a little of the brown. If this is where oops, that's not brown. This
That's
is,
that purple color that I took.
Okay.
Said you want burnt umber?
yes.
Oh, this is the
Raw-
Van Dyke brush.
That's fine, let me do that. All right, you have a paint scraper?
Is that it?
No. Do you have a paint scraper I can borrow for a second? Paint scrapers are awesome little tools. See that? I can take it right off.
Oh.
Um, So your eye really should be here. We're going to take that off. Take that off.
Should I wipe those off with the?
You can use this.
liquid?
Look at this.
Oh.
Do. No problem. So if I'm going to go back in here and just kind of, I'm going to get these little shapes in. I'm going to make some weird lines in the back here. I'm going to take some of this because you're going to darken your background down.
Yeah.
We're going to take some of that down. Okay. I like this brush. I like this butterscotch. Life is good. Good brush, good butterscotch going on. We're
And I
done.
like you working on my painting.
It's all good. So if I took you've got a little bit of, there's going to be a color that's going to be kind of a yellow color here. And I'm going to bring this white down here. And it kind of goes this way. So then it kind of goes straight here, then it swoops out. Here, and then it comes down. Yeah, you're right. So I'm making some lines that are going to seem weird at first.
The cat stuff is pretty. I kind of like that too.
This is a short filbert.
It looks like a cat's.
It is. I mean, that's what a filbert is. A cat's
Well,
the cat tongue
the
brush.
cat tongue's like comes to more of a point, but
Right.
well, depending on who makes it.
Right. Right. Okay. So if we look at how this cat's put together, the eye will be, because she's looking this way. So if this is the ear and this is that, her eye is actually right in this area. And then the other eye is over here. And if you use your brush, you can use your brush as a way to look at angles. So if we know that nostril kind of lines up with this part of the nose, her nose is going to be more like over here. So I know you have that. We'll just do a little bit of this. So no, this is here. The nose is more over here, not where this was. And so when I paint, I will have my reference. Like I can't not look at it. It's right here. So if it lines up, then I know that little nostril should be in this area. So basically your nose would be like this. Let's see here. At least that is where it should start. Now this is exactly where it needs to be, this dark mark. So good job there. And this ruff of her hair will come down a little bit. So you're going to have this here. Then this is going to come down. She's right. This was a little bit too high, but it's okay. You know, it's. So you would just. Oh yeah, there's the good one. So you can come down here and go like this, and it actually, if you're really changing things up, it comes down like that. I kind of kink it in a little bit like this, and it comes back out a little bit, and there's that tail is. But that now your proportions are a little bit more correct on where the face is.
Yeah.
But you'll want to go back in with your, where I kind of came in here and messed it up here. So you can see everything. And this is the beautiful thing. This is why it's very doable. You can just go back in here and pop all that stuff in there like that. Fix that. And then you can even use this again and say, okay, there's that straight part, but it's going to come out. There's going to be a nice little ruff of her neck. So we know there's an area right here. I mean, I'm going a little extreme over the top, but so you see where it's going to be. And you'll work it a little bit. Her muzzle, if I was using that white.
I know.
I'll head over. So you can use this here to kind of.
I know, so easy.
I don't mean to do that to you.
This is 2 minutes.
But you have to remember too, I've already painted this thing once,
Yeah.
right? So I struggle too when I'm doing my pieces. I don't want to always come off like, oh yeah, I got this, because but it's okay to struggle. But sometimes we have to get to where we're going, right? But now she's looking this way.
This way, yeah.
And you can pretty much see where everything needs to go. You know that there's going to be a white area, this part of her, and I'm going a little extreme with my color, but it's going to come down to here, the rough part. You see how it's off center,
Yeah.
where it's shorter up here and longer up here. So you're going to have that, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Are you good to go?
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
rock
you
and
so
roll.
much.
Uh-huh. Huh?
Did you have any comment on mine?
I didn't get a chance. You left.
Well, you were so busy.
Okay, I'll come back. Your cat looks like it's got a really short mouth, a short face. I think the eyes.
Just move it down a little bit.
Where's your picture?
I know she had a lot more space between the nose and the mouth than that one.
Right. So
Yeah, I just got to bring it down some.
your Your eyes are okay, but you want to be able to show. I'm going to make some marks on yours too, so that you see this is going to be rounder here. We want to try to get the consistency of where the lines are going. So know that if her face is falling into this direction.
Right. You just said not do details.
I know, but I just want to make sure, these aren't details, but if you don't know where you're going, you just kind of wander. So I'm doing this mainly so you can see where you need to be. And it's hard because I know you're used to working with a different medium. So you're going to kind of, the ears are a little bit off. Let's see. So let's go back to the face. So when we come here, and if everything lines up, this is, where's your, do you have a paint scraper? I know, I grab her from there. Okay, so here, if this is here, then the nostril will be there. So the nose will go over. And so if you look, that nose is almost in line with the mid of the eye. So using your paint brush as a marker or a tool is wonderful. Now, with that said, this is too low
Yep.
or too high. So let's come.
I thought it was, but I was.
So it's here, there's like a little, it's more like here and here. So you can use your paint scraper. Oh, I hear all these exhales.
Side.
And so your chin, you're going to have this here. Oops,
Right.
there's, I think, do you see where to go at this point?
Yep.
Let's see, let's get a little bit more of that. Trying to make it stick. What black is that? What am I getting in? It's like very,
Ivory black is the one I have on there, but I don't.
Maybe-
It's probably got so much crap in it right now. It's hard
Okay.
to say. Unless the ivory black's actually up there.
okay.
Oh, you might be in the Caroline black.
I think that's what it is. It's
It's got a greenish tone.
well, it might be Payne's Gray.
No.
Or
Oh, the black's up there.
this one?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was in this, whatever that is.
I don't know what that is. That's a mixture of something.
And so you can look at his grin.
Yep.
Is it lined up with this part of the eye?
Yep.
So all in here, you've got this other color here. All right, I think you're better on target now. You feel good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Tell me what you're doing.
Me?
Yes?
I've got it sideways, and I've got this sideways, so I can work on my face.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
She's helping.
Okay. All right, let's see where you're at. And it even sounds like a little cat.
Decided that I love the flats.
Okay,
Flats
good.
Work for me the best, and I will not use
The
this
filberts?
other stuff.
Okay, good. Okay, if this is your tool of choice, I'm looking for a round. Do you have a round or something? Or do you have one that's already dirty?
Right here.
Oh, just right in front of me. Okay. So let's go ahead and get.
This.
I'd rather have the picture of the cat, than this. But I've been working off. Which one are you working off of?
Now this.
Okay.
Right.
There we go. So I'm just going to do this for a second. Oop. I want to blow it up, just the face part. What happened to this? What has happened to this? Okay. How does it stay? Does it stay? There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Let's just look what we have here. So I'm going to make some marks. I'm going to suggest that this is brown. Here we go. And so we know that this part, we're going to go hump that up here, hump to hump. Who did? Joylyn did? Hey, Joylyn, thank you. Thanks for making yourself an ultimate on my membership program. Whoop, whoop. Yay, Joylyn. I look forward to seeing your work. I'll be doing critiques of her work, so that is going to be fun. Yay, Joylyn. She wanted to come to the workshop, and so next time maybe. And I'm thinking, guys, the next workshop is probably going to be botanicals and birds.
Hey, I'm on.
Okay, and so I'm going to give everybody who's here today is going to get a chance to go ahead and sign up for that workshop, and you get to pay the same price that you paid for this one. And then when I make it public to everybody else, then the price does go up. Nope, I think it's going to be in October though.
But here.
Here, if I can get in here, that's it should be okay. They usually don't have it. Not really. I'm just kind of refining stuff. So when it comes to the eyes, I almost have to do that so I can see where we are. So I'm going to grab a little bit of this green. Actually, I'm going to use your flat is what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, this feels good.
Evergreen.
But isn't it nice though when you finally like, I finally found the one that you feel good at, wanting to use.
One brush, easily.
Well, that's probably why a lot of the people who, and actually when we started working with some of the flats in the studio that time, and then you kind of turned me on to them, because I knew you were having so much fun. So what I'm going to do is make some little lines here as guides. So the ear is really like that, and then it kind of comes in and then goes out. And then this is in the right place though. And I'm just going to you're going to flip your colors around a little bit, but that's about where that goes. Maybe not quite as much, but we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and suggest where the eyes go. So of course we know she's looking off in this direction. So if we said her midline for her head was about in this area, her eye, first eye should be right about here. So you're not too far off, you're just over this way. And this eye, if this is the right, where the ear goes, this kind of is here, here. And we know that the nostril of this eye, when we line the brush up like that, runs right along the same line as this line. So if this is where the nose goes, and this is almost like mid to this. Oops, so the nose is like here. We'll refine it here in a minute. That's why we got our little scraper. So we're going to grab some of the brown. and it'll kind of fall underneath this area of the eye. Same here. I love when people help each other. It makes me happy.
Jenny's been great with me.
Well, thank you, Jenny.
I'm sorry I haven't been a big help with the face. I don't know how to fix face.
Her piece that she did, that Jenny did of her cat was really cute. And so I knew she'd be all about soft edges at this point. She's been doing soft edges and playing with her dagger brushes and having a big old time.
Make it come alive.
Well, we're gonna make this cat meow. Oh, there's your red. There's your nose color. Awesome. So if I know that's here,
Did good with that, didn't I?
yeah, you did.
Jenny
Now-
got me with that too.
Good. Good. I'm afraid I get too small with the eyes because they do have beautiful eyes, and there's that dark, you know, kind of like a line, but it's not as distinct on this side because then you have this beautiful arch with the eyelash, if you will, but it's about that's about where it is. Your chin looks like it's right, where you have this, where you have the dark, and then there's going to come down
A bit further, yeah.
because this white, this rough is coming down, and same here.
I think I changed my mind.
Okay.
Where are we gonna eat today?
Where do you guys want to eat? I know.
Not.
Do you want to go back to that place?
It's nasty.
Matt tried to warn us. Matt knows.
Stir fry, is that too far away?
It's not too far if we think that we can get in and out.
That's true.
I just don't want to spend our day eating
That's
at the
true.
sushi place. And of course, same with McAdoo's. You know, there's all places. I didn't mean to put. I was trying to find the brown. Let's brown that up. That's true. Matt and I. One time we went there and it was like, oh, forever. And
Let Matt decide.
Matt, you're going to tell us where we're eating today.
Serve wine though.
It got priorities, man.
When I play golf, if I have a drink before I play golf, I do so much better.
You just relax.
Well,
I
you
like
get
I
it.
like when they bring my cart around, you can order a Bloody Mary first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Too early for me.
Bloody Marys are. I like a Bloody Mary, but it's funny. I'd rather have one. I'm not a good drinker in the morning. It's
I'm
just.
not either unless I'm playing golf. In fact,
Unless
I
I'm
don't
not
really drink
playing.
much enough, but if I'm playing golf, I'll order a thing, Bloody Mary or a mimosa or something, and I'll play.
It's like, yeah, it's a way to start the day.
It just makes me golf better. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and I think it really is a matter of loosening up a little bit.
Helps me paint better. Seriously.
Yeah, well, it can make you focus too. I think it gets your mind off of other things and allows you to focus. Okay, I'm just making sure that this little part of the nose comes out, so this is coming out a little bit more. And
Her cat looks cute. What's her name?
who?
What's her name?
Jerry.
Jerry.
Jerry. Yes, Jerry's a good painter. She did some good horses I saw on her. I think it's on her Facebook page. She's a horsewoman. She went to Coleskill. I'm bragging on you, Jerry. She didn't even hear me.
Jerry, your cat's looking awesome.
She has a like a pre-vet degree or horse production. She and I have a very similar background. All right, so then you'll see a little gray area here that comes down. And so if we took some white, and I know I'm exaggerating some of the colors, but I know you don't know how to correct the colors. This will be, look in there. And you can always add some of this white almost seems like it's a warm white. I don't know. And you can just kind of put a little of the blue or gray on the bottom part. I think this has to come in a little bit more. Does that make sense? And you see that underneath this chin, it's not going to be quite as white as it is right now. And then this will come down too. I'm putting. See, I like that. See, Anne's helping her. Oops, you think that did something. Does this make sense now a little bit? Are you good to get on track? You're good? I think you are too, honey. You're going to probably refine this too. It's not quite as. There's too much here, so you're going to bring some of the green in. Let's let me use this guy. So you can probably from this point over. You can bring this back out. It's just that it was too much. It sounds like a lot of kids are playing. We'll see. So let me just fix that a little bit. Oh no, you can't leave. You can't leave until I get to everybody in here. And I still don't have enough on my cat yet, y'all. Matt, where are we going for lunch today? I don't want us to take too long to eat.
It has to be close, it has to be fast, and it has to have wine.
And it has to have wine. There are priorities in this world.
Not in that order.
I don't know if I meet all those criteria if plenty of things close, but like obviously ours doesn't have wine.
Oh, wow.
Center Street Grill, but it's not good.
Yeah, but that's fried and it's. Ooh.
You know, you have options. Really not much in the heart of downtown other than the stir fry. That would make it all.
Can we like order ahead of time and go sit?
That's a good question.
We can just tell them what we're doing.
It's like, hey, you don't understand. I'm bringing some people here. I need you to have this ready for me. You think they'll buy it?
That's really good. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. I'm gonna coming over your way.
Last but not least.
I get to my problem. Oh, yours is looking good. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm taking advantage of sitting every chance I get. Look at you all using your little scraper doing stuff here.
Well, it's basically trying to soften the edges.
Scraper won't soften edges. Oh, but somebody's got Q-tips. And she's. I love that my students help each other, y'all. This is. Okay, I need to get over there too. I haven't been over there yet either. Okay, let me.
Oh, geez, here the surgeon has arrived.
Where's the brown?
Well,
Where's your
somewhere over
brown?
here.
Oh, we just grab some of that. Oops. We're gonna just put some of that right here. Okay. So we're looking at, if you're looking at this, let me see here. I can't see what that is.
Yours not looks like a different species. Yours looks like a mean cat. Mine looks like.
Okay. I'll be there in a second. I'll be right over there, Deanna. I promise.
Yeah, I haven't done that.
I have ears like a bat.
I was still early on in
Your cat's face is looking more forward.
that. He's looking forward.
Yeah, than to the side.
Yeah, I knew it was a little forward, but I thought he was cute, so I wanted to take a look at him.
Okay. No, I'm trying to fix
Further along.
fix your face because your face is looking in a wrong direction, but your proportions aren't. And I didn't remember it being. Where's your paint scraper? Oh, here's one. Remember when we did your sister's cat?
Yep.
Oops, this is really. Oh, that's the white. Got it. Okay, so that's good. You've got that coming down to here. That's true. If you like margaritas. Sorry. Sorry. That's true, Matt. That's a good call. Right. 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 Hey, see, you saw it. There we go.
Very subtle change, but it worked, right?
Just a little bit, but it makes a difference. Where are you talking about? Which place is it? Oh yeah, they're good. And they have wicked good margaritas. Okay. Oh shit. Don't do that. I don't mean to cuss at the people. A mute button for your mother? It's pretty sad when you. I think everybody would understand if Sue about spills the medium jar. Sometimes you have to have the mute button available. I've got this eye too squinty, but it's more like this. Okay, so this is at least the direction you should be headed. Underneath here, this is right. This is going to come down a little bit more. So this hairy part is going to go away. So what we're going to do, instead of using the paint scraper, try to use your paint scraper mainly for either taking paint off, not. And then you had fun with it. I know. That's what we do. A little eye here, a little eye. So we're going to pull this down. Okay. So. So just kind of giving you a little bit of a. Yeah, you're okay. I'm going to leave that way. You're going to go see where the dark go underneath this area, so you can get those in there a little bit sharper. But now your cat's face is in the right direction. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Anything.
I didn't get over here. I've got to get back. Oh, look at her. I got to fix this. Okay, we're good. I think your head actually looks pretty good. You do? I do. I just wanted to see. So the eye. It is a little wonky, but it's not too bad. So if I know that this is here, then the nose, so this is going to be your paint scraper.
That's like the features look so tiny for
Right. This one is an 18 by 18, and but the original painting that I did is actually on a 12 by 12. So it's whatever works for you.
Yeah. And make the nose bigger. Like
You had a cute nose.
Hello Kitty.
Hello, kitty.
That makes the world a difference. Mine is really like goofy and sweet.
But it was nice though. I mean, it was like I feel like you handled your paint well.
No, it's weird on that surface, but
It's different, and that's why I wanted just everybody to try a different surface.
I feel like I get kind of streaky on it.
We're gonna change this a little bit here. So it's actually a little straighter here, almost like it to the point of where that eye is, and then it comes down. And then it comes in like you have it, but that eye is actually supposed to be bigger, I think. I'm trying to figure out what I did. Just trying to figure out the distance here. I still feel like I have too much. But it's more like this. So we're going to take...
I have no idea how to correct all these.
God bless you. So I'm going to put I'm just going to use this to pretend this is the white. It's lighter through here. It's lighter through here. So this nose is not going to be quite as... This is still too much distance. I'm going to take it down a little bit more. From here to here. Yeah. The ears look good. Keep in mind that this white goes down into here.
Okay.
So like with the,
Okay.
do you see what the light?
Yeah.
And then there's actually a same light value right here. You've got it kind of over there.
Great. The nose looks a little like a snout.
Well, it is. I'm just putting it in the right place for
Oh,
you.
sorry. Okay.
I'll let you render it. It's got to be. But that's the idea, honey. That's now there's like a little bit of a. If you look at if this is where the eye is and the mouth lines up, it's got to turn up a little bit.
Okay.
But your distance here, you're going to bring some of the white down. Your white looks good on this side. Here. Here. And this kind of comes down to here too. Do you see how the,
The white on the side.
yeah. So this part right through here
Uh-huh.
actually comes down to about here.
Okay.
But I can't get the color for you. It's too hard to work it. But that's kind of the area. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Let me go see these ladies over here. All right, let's see where you're at.
Oh, please.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna, thank you. Okay, what I'm gonna suggest is that you hold this when you're working, because sometimes it is hard to look all over the place to try to get where we're at here. So, I'm gonna make some, I like that you have your paint labeled. I like that your paint is labeled. Because as silly as it sounds,
That's a good idea.
everybody's palette's different, and when you see dark colors, you don't know what you're looking at. And I've been putting purple on people's. So I'm going to suggest your ear. You have a paint scraper, yes. Okay. That's not good. That's not even working anymore.
I'm surprised how fast the paint dries. Is it because I didn't have enough oil,
No.
or just because this is the panel?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think that I think if anything, the panel, because it sits on the surface, it doesn't really let it dry as fast, in my opinion. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, because you're not using any fast mats, are you?
Anyway,
Okay, I'm just looking at the.
No,
Okay,
right.
okay. I don't know. It might be depending on some of the colors that you're using. 'Cause I don't use Bob Ross paint.
oh, you see, I have no assortment going on.
Right. I definitely never use any Master Touch or Artist Loft. That's they don't have enough pigments in there, and it's so a lot of times those might dry a little fast.
That's the only thing we have available at home.
If you ever order from like Jerry's Artorama, it's gets to you pretty quick, and it's usually cheaper and better quality. Just throwing that out there.
Jerry's is amazing how fast.
They are Dick Blick and Cheap Joe's are also good.
Cheap Joe's.
Cheap Joe's?
I haven't heard of
Oh, yeah. Dick Blick, Cheap Joe's, any of the online. I usually feel like I can get people a better deal on a better product. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to scrape some stuff off here. Sorry. I know it hurts sometimes. I will say that, you know, now that I took the face off, it already looks better to me, and I'll tell you why. A lot of these things are correct. Your dark value here, you've got a lot of the right things in the right place. So I'm going to take some of your brown here. I'm going to suggest that this is here. And remember, her face is looking down, like over to the side. So if this is her head, because it is, but if, you know, if it goes down like this, and then it kind of comes down here in the middle, her eyes will be more looking towards the sides here. So this eye should be like, there. And then if you hold your brush up and you look at where like her nostril lines up with this part of the eye. So if we know that's lining up there, her nose is going to be more like over here in this area. I'm going to give her a little bit more space. See here. Take this just a little off to the side here. So where this is here, this looks like it's in the right place. It goes down. So your nose color .
Like a cat now instead of a fox.
There you go. Was that what somebody said on your, said something about a nice fox? Because I know you were watching the live stream.
Somebody say that?
I don't, Chancellor somebody, and I didn't know if you had people that you were, because you said earlier there was some of your students were watching.
Yeah. I turned it off.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was one of your, I saw it on I had my live stream over there, because Matt keeps telling me there's somebody who named Joy Lynn who just, she has been watching me on YouTube for a long time, but she just became one of my Patreon people, and also became somebody who follows me on as a member on my YouTube channel. And I'm excited. I'm very excited. So, but I know she's on there, and so I was watching, so I can answer her questions if she's.
Yeah, I see that now. Foxy painting there.
Yeah, and I saw that, and I thought, and I'm like, who is that? And I'm like,
Chandler, thank you.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not.
He said, never mind, not a fox. I will.
Okay, I wasn't sure who that was, and if that was somebody you knew. Okay, So are we looking a little bit more cat-like here?
Yes.
Okay, good, good, good. All right, I'm just basically putting things into place for you. You know, there'll be a, and the nice thing is you can use paint to do correction too. And there you're going to have your gray. You've got this nice gray that you've got mixed up here. I'm going to put it right here. Put a little bit more of the white in. Now, did you use much King's Blue before?
No, this
That-
is the first time I've used Kingsport.
Do you like that color?
I do.
I do too. I got turned on by King's Blue. I guess somebody that I like watching, and that was like, I always have King's Blue, and I'm like, wow, I got to see what this is about. I never even heard of the color until, and not everybody carries it. Richardson is. Let's see, where did you get? You got Michael Harding, and I like Michael Harding a lot, but the Richardson makes a really nice one too, and it's a lot less expensive.
Yeah, I'll definitely be getting some more of that. I really like it.
It's one of those colors now that I'm like, you know, and I go through phases, like, and I always am learning new things too, if I can. I mean, remember it was Leonardo, or no, it was Michelangelo who said, I'm always learning, and he was 89 years old when he said it, you know. King's Blue. It's definitely like, and it's great for like if you're putting shine on a black dog or something like that. It's like I use it for so much. All right, I'm just putting some of these just to give you some idea where some of the lights are going to go. But I think you're on track here. And here. Okay. Are you good?
Yeah, what about this right here? To me, that looks...
It's a little short. I keep feeling like this is leaning towards me and not leaning back. The way it's tilted,
Oh, is
but
that the reason
I
why?
think some of it's that, and it's everything seems a little bit wonky because everything seems short. But
He's chubby.
yeah, you're gonna have a chubby cat because really it would be going here and then down to here, and you would have your feet way down here. You can make those corrections, or you can just say, hey, I'm gonna have a chubby cat. Like her cat was looking straight forward, and I didn't want to correct it because her proportions were correct. You can just say, I have a chubby cat and go with it. Because really, everything kind of got a little off. Like the feet should probably be down here now, because I know at one point we had it and maybe the head was smaller, but your head went bigger somehow. And I'm going with what you have on your proportions on your shapes without tearing the whole thing apart. So really, yeah, you're right. There should be a whole lot more chest area here. I don't want to make all those corrections because it's going to be painful if I do it. But really, with this here, her chest would be down here,
Oh, wow.
like here. So that would mean her leg would be, like I said, way down to here. So if we want to go in and change it, you can, but you're going to have to look at it from that perspective and say, here's where her back goes to this part, it goes down to here and down around. Her hind foot would be right here. She's just really short, is what it is. But maybe she's just bunched up because she's cold. Okay? So let's say she's bunched up because she's cold, but your face is on track. Oh, you've got your face looking pretty good. How you doing? Okay, let's see where we're at. Let me see. Because we got a lot of paint, I'm going to try to do it this way. Time to eat.
Who's going out for
go eat Mexican, y'all.
Wait.
Santa Fe.
Oh, okay, that's good.
They're quick, that's why. And it's like, it's tough to. Yeah, right? And then we're painting till 6. Yeah, right? Wait, what?
I'm up for it.
If we,
Water, everybody will be dying. As long as you don't mind if I bring a bottle of wine in here.
girl, you're, I hear ya. Actually, anybody who knows me knows that's usually what goes on in the studio. Unfortunately, I can't do that because of the city ordinance that I have with the contract that I have with the city for this. Unless I wanted to pay a $7,000 insurance thing.
You can't do it, right? Who knows what's in my bottle of water?
Just saying.
I'm not telling.
But didn't you make, or no, it was Jenny had copied your, like that.
With her and copied it. My aunt made this for me back. Can you imagine? You're getting paint on. I know. Well, see, I kept it for a long time and didn't wear it and got it out just to, here's one of the stuff I had.
Does this make sense? Do you see what I'm doing? So you'll just add your paint to it. These will be your lines for where everything is on your cat. Everything else looks good. So you're going to be, so you see that where I've scraped off is where you're going to be putting the eyes. So you're going to put your black. You're going to use a smaller brush, okay? And try to use less paint. Okay. Yes, honey. Do what now? I have my yucky hands. Oh, it's 12:30, guys. I know we're hungry. I don't have. We went a little over today. We go for lunch. We're going to get ready to break for lunch. It's 12:30. We're going to try to be back in an hour. We've got a lot of Bobcat going on here. I guess we're going to be jumping back into the Great Blue Heron when we come back. So stay with us. Come back in about an hour, and I'll see you in just a little bit. See ya. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. We're here. We just had our lunch, and some of us are we're well fed and ready to work. We're going to try to get a little bit further on the Bobcat before we switch over to the Great Blue Heron. I got a little behind. I don't know. It happens. So we're going to work on the Bobcat just a little tiny bit more, and then we'll switch over to the Great Blue Heron. And yeah, so let's go ahead and jump into this piece. So, okay. Since I am kind of woefully behind on my Bobcat, I'm gonna be very bold with a lot of my strokes. I'm going in with the gray that I started with, the light gray, and looking for the shapes. I'm just looking for shapes. Okay. So I'm going to kind of go from work from the eyes, I think. I think I need to do that, at least to suggest where the eyes are. So I know in the picture, my cat's picture here, they're kind of a green gold. So I'm going to take a lot of the same color I was using in the foliage, the sap green that has a little bit of the umber in it, and I'm going to mix a little bit more of the yellow ochre. And I have a little bit of white in my brush, and I don't want that, so we're going to try that again.
Sap green and yellow.
Yes, but my sap green mixture that was already blended from before has a little brown in it. And I can see that I need to move this over just a little bit. So now I'm going in with this, and I'm using, folks, by the way, I happen to be using a number 6, the red dot, the filbert red dot. I feel like I still have good control of it. I could go with a smaller brush, but.
Are you just filling in with that green right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of filling in where the eyes are going. I'm not putting the detail in. I'm just getting my shapes in because I really didn't have it. And yellow ochre and a little bit of burnt umber. I'm not putting the pupils in, I'm just putting the irises in. I'm just putting in the dark values, really, because I almost have to see where I'm going. Because I'm actually a little off on my face. There's a. I'm sorry?
This will help to see the shape.
Right, just to help me see the shape. So sometimes I will be just doing some, I call them like little place markers. Because there's going to be a lot of finessing and refinement. And I went underneath with some white that's kind of dirty because of what's in my brush already, which is just fine. So it's not a very, and I'm be careful, guys, not to go in with a lot of color, a lot of paint. I don't want to have to, it just makes it really hard to make corrections and to layer paint if you've got so much on it already. And I'm just making sure my, I didn't hear that. Disappear white?
Just white.
It is, but it's going on, I have a dirty brush, meaning I've got color in it, so it's not a white. I'm still blocking in. Sometimes I'll push up on my brush like I am here on this part of I push up instead of casting down. Remember, brushes work in more than one direction. And pushing up is a wonderful way to change it up a little bit. I'm going to go in with this light yellowy buff color. It's the whitest of our light yellows that we made earlier. I'm going to go on this outside part of the ear. That looks pretty straight, and then I'm fuzzing it out. Remember when we work in our wet, keeping that soft edge there. Whew. It definitely is hotter in here in the afternoon, I'll tell you. Sometimes look at where things line up, and if it's the eye here, I know this part of the white comes out here, on the rough of the rough here. So Bonnie, you didn't go eat?
No. I'm shopping.
Did you see anything good?
I got what I wanted at Hobby Lobby.
Hang on for a second, guys. Did you find anything good at Hobby Lobby?
I got a better canister for my hand saw.
Oh, good.
They do have a 50% sale on that sometimes.
Oopsie, Suzanne.
They did? There's some sure thing. Yeah, not on ours today. No, I don't think they've put employees on it. Not enough. First watch.
There we go. Okay, Cher's from North Carolina is in with us. Hey, Joylyn and Cher. Everybody's, we're back. I just had to get that up and running so I could see you guys. Matt's usually good about telling me too when you guys are on there, so I'll depend on him a lot. Now I'm just taking some of the dark, I'm just doing a little bit of carving here, guys, and I'm pulling it out and keeping it really soft. Use a very light hand. Just that means don't put a lot of pressure on your brush. I'm mixing a little tiny section right over here off to the corner. That's just yellow ochre and burnt sienna, where I need just a little bit more color. And I think I need to lower my nose. See, I'm seeing problems on my piece. Happens a lot. So I'll be lowering my nose. See, it happens. There's an actual area here of the nose before it. Can you see this still? Can you see the monitor, the projection? How are you doing with light in here? I know Bonnie was having trouble with light earlier, but I don't want to.
It's hard to see my palette.
Is it because we were having trouble with reflection before?
I'm having trouble mixing colors.
Yeah, okay. So I'm moving my nose again. Huh? Oh. It's just part of the process. Well, I mean, I don't like doing it, but when I see it's like, oh, okay, I don't really have a choice. And I do need to use a smaller brush. I'm going to switch to the small pointed round. It's the Series 99 number 2. And I'm going to grab a little bit of, this is where I have to use my pinky. A little bit better. And each time you make a little different correction, you can usually start to see, okay, it's starting to be a little bit more correct. Things start lining up a little bit better. Okay. Okay, feeling better, feeling better. I have to keep reminding myself. One of the things that I have forgotten, one of the paintings I just did recently, it was a portrait of a Vizsla named Remy. And I thought I had that thing all finished up and was feeling really good about it. And realized after I was editing my video for YouTube that I had forgotten this dog's whisker tracks. That's what I'm painting right now in this cat. It's just the tracks where the whiskers go in. So it looks like little stripes. What are they called? Yeah, the little dotted things. I like the little dotted things. It's where the whiskers come out on the face here, like on the muzzle. Okay. And I'm still on target for everything else. Even with me moving everything around, okay, I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm a little less tense. Okay, I'm switching back to my little red dot, number 6. Put a little bit of the grays in here in the ear. Because when I do the little hairs, tomorrow when we get our little, start using some of our daggers and stuff like that for detail, tomorrow's the fun day on both of these pieces. Once you've gotten the big picture in, so to speak, the little picture part is the fun part, in my opinion. And that's when there's going to be very little room for me to fix anything for anybody.
Suzanne, how do you get the black from mixing with the white with the little dots? Did you wipe those out for us?
I didn't, but you could. Good question. You could do just that. And you could just use a very light hand and just put it right on top. She asked if there's a way, how do I prevent the black from mixing into the white? And it can be a problem, right? And it's just either have a very light hand, and she said, could you just use the paint scraper, the wipeout tool, and you could do that too. So there's, like I said, there's more than one way to get around it. I'm going to put a little bit more yellow ochre in this color. It's not. Yeah. And I'm putting this as a combination of burnt sienna and yellow ochre. Just blending it a little bit up to that edge there. I'm just kind of wanting to get some of this color in. So sometimes you'll see me do, you'll think, what is she doing? And sometimes I'm painting around things. Meaning, like, you can see that there's like little stripes in the forehead of the cat. And if you have a house cat, you've seen the little M that is oftentimes a pattern on the top of a tabby cat's head. Well, that's kind of what I'm just kind of suggesting what those are, but that I'm not really, what I'll end up doing is going in with light color later and painting the light in. So we'll do that tomorrow. I'm not going to do that today, but I just wanted to get some of that stuff in right now. All right, so we have some of this darker color. I'm using the raw umber and a little tiny bit of ivory black. And it will seem really dark, but it's okay because we'll lighten it up tomorrow. Just need to get this in. I like when things line up the way they're supposed to. Okay. That sounds so magical. Okay. So now I'm just going to look for lighter values too. I feel like I've got pretty good on the dark values. And I'm going to go in with this light area over the bridge of the nose. It kind of goes over like this. And I'm lifting up. So once I put the color down, I'm actually pulling it up into the bridge of the nose, going in the direction that I feel like the fur is growing. I'm using a number 6 red dot filbert, but it's actually a very small one, if you can see. See, it's pretty little. Use the one that Anne's letting you use. That'll be the one you need to use. I'm also going to go ahead and plop a little light area here. There's a little light area here. I'm not really doing detail, guys. I'm just kind of looking at where I see little light areas. But it almost looks like I'm putting detail in, but I promise you I'm not. Okay. And I'm starting to feel better about that. There's a little area up here on the top of the head. I'm just going to use the darker version of the color that we have, the yellows that we mixed. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm going to back my picture out a little bit. And look at where I'm going. You know, now I'm kind of getting off, well, I say I want to get off the cat, but I do need to do a little bit more load, because I know what we have to do tomorrow, and I know it's going to take a long time. So I don't want to leave us short. So I'm mixing a little bit more burnt sienna and yellow ochre together, and I'm really going in a little bit heavier on the area of the front leg. And I'm being conscious of where the cat's elbow is. I'm pulling it down, because I had such a thin load of paint on here before. I really need to have a more accurate load of paint. So if I start to see where I have the streaking happening, then do the same thing, just go in with a little bit more paint and a lighter hand. I'm sorry? Go in the direction that fur grows. I'm using it, if you look at the stroke I'm using, it's a very short, choppy stroke, albeit not pecking. It's very deliberate. But I'm trying to make it so it's not streaky. Okay, and I'm looking, here's where her rib cage is. I'm going to, All right, I'm going to be a little bit more conscious about some of my grays on this part, the aspect of the chest and stuff. Now we went in here before with the light. I got to get some more King's Blue in there. I'm kind of remixing my that gray, the initial gray we made with burnt sienna and King's Blue and titanium white, because I had a dirty brush and I was kind of spreading some of my, that's actually a nice color. So I've got this, my gray that I mixed. Remember, burnt sienna, King's Blue, and titanium white if you need it. I'm going to add some more. Who's going to sleep well tonight? So, Anne, you did ask me about spots and things like that. Any spots that you want to do that are in, actually, how do I say it? That you need the wet fur to be there, then go ahead and put those in. Like I'm going to put a lot of them in the chest and the abdomen area. I am adding a little titanium white to the color I just mixed, the gray, because some of the grays are lighter than other parts. Like this area right outside this cat's leg, it's a little bit lighter. I'm going to pull that around. So you'll see when I start adding some of that in. And I'm thinking my leg has got to be a little bit more narrow. So my leg here is a little bit too fat. I can see that from the distance here. So if I was to add a little bit of just straight on white here and suggest that this is the, come on, Sue. So this should be much, much thinner. So that means I got to cut some of that leg off. So I'm just going to take, this is not even a, what is this brush? It's an old Escoda. I didn't even know I had one of these in here. It's just a soft, smaller filbert. Don't get, I mean, it's however you need to do it. Your cat may be perfect. Mine, this is not. So I've got to, oh, actually I don't need green, Sue. I need black. So here, actually recarving this out. There we go. It's the little things. And I am almost out of ivory black. There, that's a little bit better. She's just like a little lady sitting here. This little cat. Yeah, give me some air conditioning. Is anybody else hot? That's a little warm. Okay. If you're going to be putting some spots in, some marks, make sure you go in the direction that the fur is taking. So I'm going to go ahead and put, there's a pretty big, intense, dark line right here. Again, this is the beginning of detail. We're still blocking in, but I don't want any little brushes yet. I'm using, oops. So I'm using the ivory black, but of course I'm mixing in some brown in there. I just don't want it to be too flat. So I'm just going to kind of pop this in here a little bit. And look, if you don't get them exactly in the right spot, do not sweat it. You know, you can, but just make sure you kind of come pretty close, that they make sense in this particular cat. They don't always, it isn't always that way though. You want to, we always are looking for symmetry, and sometimes you're right, there might be symmetry, but it's perfectly, the symmetry is perfectly unsymmetrical. Does that make sense? Like I know that there's this line here, and I'm going to go ahead and put it there. But I want it to look, and then there's another one that comes kind of down. It's a little big, and then it gets smaller. And there may be one that's directly across from it. You're right. But it doesn't always happen. Like this one here. But we do pick up a lot of the other paint. And don't forget, this is fur, so you kind of have to give it a little bit of a fur texture to it. Huh? And I'm mixing a little bit of brown in it.
Brown and what?
Ivory black. So I'm grabbing a little bit of the raw umber and ivory black. I see right here, I can see another one. Now, like I said, I don't want you to get so worked up that you're like, oh my gosh, the spot's wrong and it's got to be in a different place. And they will get smaller at the lower down on the legs that they go. And I probably will stop with this brush on this. And then they get a little warmer. I'm gonna wait with a smaller brush later to do some of that. I don't even have the foot in. Oops. So I'm cleaning my brush off. I gotta get this little foot in. And I'm gonna add a little bit more of the Indian yellow and burnt sienna. This is the foot. That should be here. I'll get around. I'll get around the room. I will. Oh. Okay. Let's see here. My gray is too light on this side. All right, I'm going to switch over, and then after I do this, I'm going to get around the room. See where everybody is. And I'm just looking at just some of the interesting texture that's in the hair, and I'm trying to make sure that at this point I don't have a lot of streakiness in the paint. Now looking at some of my cat's back, and it looks a little wonky. I got it a little too long here. It should be up a little bit here. I'm not going to sweat it. I'll probably just try to correct it a little bit. Bring this out a little bit more. Almost looked like my cat had scoliosis or something here. I'm like, poor thing. Get a little bit more titanium white into that mixture. Okay, so always look for contrasts too. So I'm looking at the foot area, and the area above the foot here is a lot lighter. So I have to make sure that this is dark enough to make that stand out, since it's, so I'm gonna go ahead and put, I'm taking a little bit of ivory black and ultramarine blue, and going in here. Pulling up, and see, by pulling up, I'm actually creating that, just a little bit of a furry look. This is where I think this substrate actually really shines. in creating texture and that look of fur, especially soft fur. And there is some stripes and, you know, little spots and stuff in here too. And you'll be able to put the lighter fur on top later. I'm going to use a smaller brush, actually a very small brush, because there's like a little, almost like little tiger stripes or something in here, but I think I have not enough paint. In some areas there's like little puffs of lighter hair. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. When I'm getting around the room to look, please feel free to come up here and look. Anytime I'm painting, if you need to get a better look at what I'm doing, please don't, you know, just if you feel like you need to really look, come on up here. These little lines. So to what Bonnie had asked earlier, how do I make the black not sink in to the white that I just put down? And a lot of the answer to that is using a really light hand. I'm not pushing into it. So I'm looking at these little weird, and when you see it start mixing, either wipe your brush off or reload or whatever you have to do. Excuse me. So it may seem kind of strange. Switching back over to the red dot, putting some browns in here. Oops, too much. And it's really easy to want to just get lost in the, for me anyway, to when you know that the paint's behaving the way you want to. I'm having fun with the fur right now.
I've been painting for over a year and I still don't get the paint to do what I wanted to.
Well, I know, I get it, because there's a lot of days where I'm like struggling with it too, and I'm like, why isn't it doing what I told it to do? And that, again, just comes with time. You've only been painting a year?
I painted when I was a teenager.
You painted when?
When I was a teenager,
Right.
and then I stopped after that, and then I started back up again.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to come around the room here in a minute. Oh God, no! Oh, thank God. Okay, no, thanks, Sue. I'm coming. God might, we may be asking God for some help on this, but I'd be like, you're on your own. Okay, let's see. Where you at? did you move the nose again? Or you're looking this way as opposed to this way?
It looked better when I had the pupils in. I don't know. for
Okay,
some
I'm saying the nose is too small. The nose needs to be lined up here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. This is where the nose needs to be. And then down here's where the, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And just the lines that you're making, make sure that you're putting, let's see, where's your good, what's your softer brushes, honey?
Here's some. No way.
So when you're putting stuff in here, give it a lift. And you could probably warm it up with a little bit of
Some blue?
umber. No?
Umber, sorry.
Yeah, you're going to want to
Blue is
warm
cool.
and I'm trying to think. Let's see. Ooh, what's this? Oh yeah, let's do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to do a better job. Now, where you have that raked in there, you're going to kind of want to get that gone. You don't necessarily want it to look like it's. So remember, brushes also work in more than one direction. And where's your reference that you're looking at? Oh, you've got it. Oh, good. And you had it in your hot little hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have a good lunch?
Yeah, I just ran over to McAllister's and got a salad because I'm trying to be on my little.
So you're being good. Okay.
Lost 21 pounds.
That's awesome. Now, the center line on the chest is actually over here. So we're going to pull that away. See, just using this brush is going to help you get it a little softer. So when you're putting in your lines, your spots. Oh, this is my brush. So put a little bit in your black, put a little brown in it, just to liven it up. So if you're,
I've got some fixed.
so if this is where your center line is, just so you have something to work off of, you can put those spots in there. And use the fact that this paint is wet. It's okay if they're soft like this at first, because you can go back in later and you can kind of go in there and just, put your little spots in. But this is going to have white hair going over it because this is the front of her
But as
chest.
you have taught me, we put our dark values in first and then.
Right.
Yay.
So you're just going to get those. So you can see you can lighten it up and use a lighter, less weight on the brush, like where you're trying to blend it.
This is a whole different ball game here.
It is. It is a
Now,
different.
on the nose, so you have moved it. Isn't that like too far or that
Hang
way?
on.
Because you had moved it earlier today.
I know I didn't have it there. It wasn't where it was when I moved it this time. So if we could take do this here. So if this is here,
Yeah.
this is not the right color. Do you have your burnt sienna? Is that it? Yeah. There's a dark line that should be right here, and the nose should be right in here. It's not going to be quite this red, but
Right.
and this is more down. See how it goes down? It's not out. That area. Okay. So you need to add the black and stuff, but like on the. If I can get this off here, hang on. So like here, that's got to go away. It helps you to see it. It's too much. And that should follow. So you should have your lightest.
I need to mix some more of my lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes over this area of the nose. I'm looking at just this area, but I got it a little low. You got a lot of paint on here.
I know.
I can't because I'm using this light brush, but you need to put your dark values in here.
Yeah, I was trying to, but the paint was just.
I know, sliding around. Oh, your
Thank you, Sue, that's great.
Yep, your face looks good.
Yeah, but his legs are off.
Can I sit? I hate to make you stand up, but I can't get it at that angle. I hate to ask you to do that, honey. I know you're not probably feeling it. How was walking for you? Did it help?
No.
No, it didn't help. And there's that. Okay. Your legs. Yeah, these legs are very, very fat.
Yes, very fat legs.
Okay.
I don't know
So
whether to cut it down from the left.
what it is, see here? This right here is the inside of this leg.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got here. Oh, is that yours? Sorry. Don't worry about that. That actually makes it look better.
Yeah.
We're going to bring some of your dark in.
That's purple.
I always don't know where your stuff is.
Browns.
Oh yeah, it makes sense now that you say that. Actually, yours is very organized. Maybe that's my problem. I'm not used to doing organized. Okay,
The rock.
it's the rock. So,
More rock. We need more rock.
Yep.
More cowbell. More rock.
and more cowbell, that's right. I think we're gonna need some more black. I'm just gonna grab some of this and. This looks nice though.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with that so far.
Okay, and it's probably a little bit, it's a little straighter through here. So like from, from here. And that's actually in a nice area. Switching back over. Take some of that out. Sorry I'm messing up your rock.
That's okay. It'll
Sorry
probably
about the
it'll
rock.
probably get changed anyways.
Okay. Now the inside of this leg is actually deeper. See how deep it goes? See from here over. So we will have to make a neat gray. Much darker gray. Come on, Sue. This is a soft brush. Draco or Daco Enchanted. It's nice. This is actually an interesting brush. Okay, so you're.
I don't like their other brushes that just splayed out after a couple of uses.
It's funny, you're from Boston, but you sound like you're either from Canada, which is where
From Boston?
she's from Boston.
People tell me that all the time.
But you say out.
Yeah.
You say out.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
And also some people in Virginia say that. Isn't that
The one
interesting?
that gets Virginia away from me is Yaller.
Yaller?
That's how they say yellow.
Oh, yellow.
Yeller.
Yaller.
And I'm like, and Warshing.
Warsh. But I've heard Warsh in the west,
But
the
I'm
southwest.
Mostly from Virginia. I mean, that's
Washcloth.
what they give me. Yeah, I got,
Washcloth.
I got,
Yeah.
I'm washing the clothes. They always
Yeah.
put an R in wash.
Okay, so that is going to be where our leg starts.
Oh, thank you. We don't need that spit off here. Thank you.
Now his right leg looks okay.
Heads
Getting
up. I
better.
was waiting.
Well, it's getting there.
Heads up there. Thank you.
So we're gonna clean this off a little bit. Does your leg? Do you have more white? Titanium white. I'm sorry, honey. No. Oh, is it down here?
No. It's a size thing. There's just not like room for everything.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you found it right away. Yeah, you might as well leave that open because you'll be getting into here in a little while. You get back onto the. And let's see. We're going to still shorten that up a little bit. The elbows like here. There. I think your legs are a little bit more better. More better.
Mo better.
Mo better now. They mo better now. Got this. So, I'm sorry, honey. You're killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. You get your leg is just. This is sad. I hope that when they get in there and start looking, they see that it's not anything really serious.
I hope so too, but
You're not feeling it. Or should I say you're feeling it way too much? Oh,
feeling
that.
it way too much, yeah.
I wore a leg immobilizer for about 2 weeks after I hurt my knee, and then I just put myself into it. I didn't go to a doctor, and it did. I got better, but I'm always like, I was out walking the dog one night after I had happened the first time, and it was just sore, but I was dealing with it, and then I was walking him in this part of our neighborhood, and we go by a graveyard. There's a graveyard in my neighborhood, and about that time, my leg went out where I don't think I could support any weight on it. And I thought, here I am out with my dog, and I'm thinking, how am I going to get back? I thought, am I going to have to call Matt to come get me and the dog, out in the middle of nowhere? Yeah. But luckily, for whatever reason, it just kind of went back into wherever it was supposed to, and I was able to continue the walk. And I did, instead of just going in and going home, I said, we got 1 more mile, we can do this.
Silly Suzanne.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's like, these are the things that I'll end up paying for and do pay for, I'm sure. Okay, so that's probably the right shape. Now you're gonna want to take your paints. I'm trying to make a nice gray here. All right, oops, you got a lot of room here. So you can take that brush and just go in some of the areas where you thought I could, because this is the midline right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so like everything kind of comes together at this point. This is a fun brush.
I gotta do something in there.
Yeah,
too
because it's going to be a lot lighter. You're going to have light basically all up in here.
Yep. No.
And then you just pull it down.
Fixed his legs. That looks. Yeah.
Okay, so you're good
You
to go?
like that brush?
I do actually. It's not a bad brush. I don't know that brand, but it's not a bad Amazon brush. Nice. How you doing?
Oh, I'm just trying to get it right before I put the spots on it.
Okay, you're doing good. The eyes need to be a little bit bigger,
Yeah.
but there's no big corrections here. Just I would make, because you have your cat looking in a different direction,
Yeah.
and like I said, I'm not going to tell you can't have her directed that way, but the eyes do need to be much bigger. She actually looks more like a male cat, and she looks just the eyes need to be bigger.
Okay.
Trust me, but that's.
No problem.
But what you're doing, I like that the amount of paint you're using and the fact that you're creating a structure very well. I got nothing.
Okay.
Just keep doing. Just make the eyes bigger. That's the one thing I'm looking at.
Lay it on.
Actually, you're looking pretty good. So do you see what little soft brushes you got over here, honey? Let me just see. Okay. Okay, so like this is the thing. When you're putting in your spots, make sure you're going in the direction of the hair goes.
Well, and you know, I was confused because, you know, this hair's going down, this is going down, but then this kind of curves
Yeah,
this
it does.
way.
But now you're looking at this picture. I'm always wishing you could look at the actual. So just kind of soften it up a little bit.
Okay.
None of it has to be that extreme yet.
Okay.
Mix a little bit of brown into it.
Okay. See if you can find.
See if you can find it. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's such a mess, my palette.
If you can find it. If you're lucky.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just do a little softer hand. You can.
Okay. I have a heavy hand.
It's okay. You can just kind of soften those up, but try to
Okay.
get them in the direction that they go.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
But now they do go in different directions.
They do,
don't they?
but be mindful of the direction that they're headed. I'll just come this way.
Yes.
Okay.
Something wrong with his head. And I'm not.
Well, he left it, and it was pretty good. Didn't we leave it when we went for lunch? It was pretty good.
The more I work on it, the worse it gets.
Okay. You have probably more paint on your canvas than anybody has. There's a fortune in paint right there. Right there, girlfriend. Okay. Get up. Let me see what I can do. All right, there. Let's see. Okay. Meow.
My cat was evil.
Kind of, yeah. I'm not going to disagree. I am not going to disagree with you. Okay. I'm going to try to get you back on track on that. The eyes are like here. And I'm doing this so it's easier to. So I didn't want to add any more paint. Oops, it's like this. And then the nose is like.
It really looks nicer. It's the eyes.
Okay. It's really hard because there's a lot of paint on here. Lots of paint.
How do you keep from putting too much paint on it?
Stop putting so much paint on it. You gotta just like ask yourself, like, are you just trying to cover over a mess and then, okay, scrape it off.
Well, I have scraped some stuff off.
Oh, you gotta scrape more off. There's just so much paint that it's very hard for me to make corrections.
I always put too much paint.
Evidently, I'm a
I know, I should have an awards assembly. After this is all said and done, say, the person with the most paint.
I really don't know what I thought I was supposed to. I really believe that that's what I was supposed to do, is put lots of paint on it, you know? Because Sue would say, you need more paint on your palette. Well, I needed more on the palette and less on my palette. But I was taking it like I was gonna have to put it on the actual paint. I was transferring all that from my palette to the
Okay, it's really, really hard to. Well, I'm afraid I'm not able to get the expression because I can't make the paint work. And what are you wiping off on here?
paper towels I've got.
Oh yeah, let's have her clean one of those. Okay. Can't. Oops. Let's see here. We got some of this here, so it kind of goes down. So that's a little bit like.
So how long have you been painting?
I've been painting professionally since I was in high school. Started in watercolor medium. Keep in mind, my mother's also a professional artist, so I grew up. That's what I grew up seeing. And I'm 57, so I've been painting a long time. I only have been painting in oils for about 20 years. I was acrylic before I was oils. And when I worked at Vanderbilt, I was painting, even though I was like, I never thought I was gonna be an artist. I just thought art was something you did. I wasn't looking at that as being a career option for me. I actually fought it. I fought it for a long time because I worked in cancer research at Vanderbilt, loved my job. There was no, it wasn't like and then I had children. But but what's so funny is even when I was at Vanderbilt, I would take days off from work just so I could stay home and paint. So I loved it. It's just like I was thinking this, because I guess maybe because I saw my mother have it as a career, and I was like, I didn't want to do that. That's mom's job, and I wasn't looking to do that. At one point, I thought I was going to be a veterinarian, and worked with a vet long enough to figure out I don't want to do that. And then I went into research, into cancer research, loved it. Still got to do surgery and the stuff that I enjoyed. But I was still kind of like, yeah, I'm not going to be an artist. And then when my kids came around, it became one of those things where it did offer, I had still always had that creative outlet. I had to have that. And, but then I had the flexibility of working around my children's schedule instead of, and I was a muralist for a long time. So right after we moved to Kingsport, Tennessee, and I kind of wanted to do my own job. I couldn't go back to research at this point because I left Vanderbilt and there was not exactly a whole lot of research opportunities where I lived. I started just doing murals here and there, nurseries, that kind of thing, acrylic. And it was fun, and I couldn't believe after my first year doing it how much money I made. Like, ow, so this is like a real thing. I could really do this. And I was so busy. Doing murals, but the thing is about murals is it's such a physical job. I mean, you're up and down on ladders or scaffolding, and I was doing some murals that were huge. I did like, actually, no, I guess you guys, if you saw across from where where the YMCA is, which is over by, for those who don't know, if you're staying over at the Marriott, it's across the way from the Marriott. I did a huge mural there. I was up on a big cherry picking machine, you know, one of those, and I had to learn how to use a scissor lift. It was, I guess that's what you call that thing. Not a scissor lift. What was that thing called, Matt? Yeah, whatever that thing was that I had to wear a hard hat. It was fun. Over at the YMCA in the children's section, there's a big bald eagle. That's on me. Yeah. Oh, I did the entire peds floor at Holston Valley when we had a pediatric office, you know, the pediatric section. Did the peds floor. I mean, the entire peds floor. I was there for close to 10 months doing murals for the hospital. You know, that was a big thing. But you know what? Now I turn a lot of murals down. I don't want to do murals anymore. It's just, it's not only is it physical, people don't want to pay what it costs to have one done.
People don't want to pay what it costs to do a painting.
I can do a lot of 6x6s and make more money off of a 6x6 painting than I can a mural that's, I mean, when you look at the square inch, people aren't willing to pay what it's going to cost. So it's just not really, it's just not good.
They had a bar in Charleston that offered, you know, they wanted people to compete to be selected to paint a mural on their fence around the bar. And they provided nothing. You had to provide the paint and everything.
Oh, wow.
So they were like, you know, it was like, oh, but you know, you'll get the exposure. You know, it's like,
And I always tell people, when people used to tell me that, oh, well, if you do this for us for free, you'll get so much, you'll have so much exposure. I said, artists have been known to die of exposure. Yeah. Just saying. We will die of exposure. Yeah, I said, you know, I am very much a proponent to making sure that artists get paid. To the point, like even when you saw the carousel downstairs. Now, that was a volunteer job. But once my volunteers, and I trained a lot of great painters, okay? And these people now have a skill that they didn't have before. And they wanted, there's maintenance that has to be done. They get chipped, the leg breaks off. Somebody's got to come in and fix the leg. There's things that happen. And they wanted the volunteers to continue volunteering. I said, no. You're going to pay these people now. And I had to advocate for them to make sure that they were getting paid. Because it was one of those things that they thought, well, you know, they were willing to do this. I said, yeah, but you can't keep asking them to do the same thing. You know, you can't keep asking them to do that.
What did they say? What was their aim?
They're like, oh. Basically, I wasn't going to have my painters do it for free. I told them, no matter how much you want to do it, please don't do it. Just trust me on this, because they're going to find out if they can't get it done for free, they're going to have to pay somebody, and they may as well pay the people that were trained to paint this. Right. And so then they started asking me if I'd be willing to train more volunteers, and I said, and I knew what they were doing. They were trying to get around it, like pay me to do it. But then they wanted, I was like, yeah, you know what, I did my time, I'm good. You know, and I was the only probably paid person on that. I know, not that I got paid that much, but I got paid for training the people. Well, and it was, and it's not like you were going to get rich off of it, you know? Well, I'm always wanting to make sure that my artists got paid. And where's your paint thinner? Is this your paint thinner?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have family that try to talk me into doing painting for their friends.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's like, I really don't want to do that. No, thank you.
Oh yeah. That's just how it is.
You know, carpenters don't do things for free, so why should I?
Oh no.
Put so much work into it, so much money into this life.
And the thing is, as a professional artist, I do a lot of things for free. I donate a lot of work, and I donate whether it's to, but I've learned that you pick what you want to do, because otherwise people are going to come for everything for free. And I do a lot of animal charities, since that's predominantly what you're going to bring this part of the face out a little bit. Okay, so where you're just kind of going across, I get it here, what you're doing. I'm starting to see what you're doing here. So here is, how am I getting green on this? Okay, come on, Sue. Okay, can you see where and then just kind of gently, see how I'm not really using paint here. I'm just smoothing out. I'm not adding more. You're so thick. You were so thick on paint on this thing. I'm like, dang. I could put black straight into this and it's barely touching it. Okay. We're going to leave this guy alone after we get this part. And it will be what it's going to be. So, okay. See, it goes away. It's really tough when you've got so much paint down. If you're going to make these little spots, make them make sense. Make them, go in the direction that the fur grows. Just try to blend them with a light hand and try not to use much paint. Okay. Okay? Okay. Okay, what did you see here? And tell me what you're doing, honey.
Big mess.
Okay. Okay, so the fur is going in this direction, okay? Like on the chest.
Okay.
No. When you teach your class, do you normally work in short handles? Or do you use long handles?
Both.
Okay. So like if this is the midline, you're going to pull the fur this way, okay? Same here. So where you have this is good. Where's your browns here? Don't be afraid to have that really dark, because it really is dark. And then just pull it down. But be careful about this. I don't know. I know you see those little lines, but it's too soon for that. And see, I'm just kind of blending it down. And start lightening up your hand a little bit. You can use a little soft brush. Use a clean brush after that, and it will help pull it down a little bit. Okay. That little thing, that little nub by his back foot is his tail. This little guy? That's his tail, her tail. So you see that the values here are different.
Yeah, it's hard for me to read a picture, I guess.
Okay. Well, you can see it's a little bit darker in here. And it may seem strange at first, but we're going to do this so you can see it. Because I'm not using a lot of paint. All right, so then it's going to get lighter on the outside part. So you're going to just go in there with, this is probably not the best brush, but and there's a lot of, actually we're going to bring that in a little bit. Because you remember we determined that he's your squatty kitty. Oh, and it's purple. Jeez. Jeez, Louise. This is nice to just soften things up, a nice little sable like that. Now, if you're putting in the spots, excuse me, I really have a frog in my throat.
That's supposed to be the black and brown, but I don't think it looks like
Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit of purple in that. Hang on. It's not behaving like I want it to. Is there an ultramarine blue on here? No?
Well, there was at one time.
It probably was in this area. Let's see here. Thank you. Thank you. Just plop it right over there. Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate that. So when you're putting in a spots like this, is this your black?
Here's the black.
I always get confused, and yours is actually very well organized.
That is the neutral.
Yeah.
Neutral. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, the neutral tint.
I have no idea.
All right, so I'm going to do that, right? Then you can just kind of, since you've got this really nice brush.
That's a good makeup brush. Is it really your makeup brush?
Yeah, it's Amazon.
Crafter's Choice Royal. It's a lang nickel. It's a Royal lang nickel. It acts like a sable. You can take down the purple there if you need to, but that's how you should just leave it at that at this point. If it's too purple, just add a little bit of this. This will take it down and not make it. Not as purple. And then you would add the light hairs on top later. So you'd be able to do in the areas where you see that there's like light hair. See how I'm layering it on top of a little bit over the black area? And then you can. Does that make sense when you see it done that way? Does it?
You make it look easy.
Well, but you'll do it. Now you saw how to do it. It's really hard to, and I haven't even done any of this. It's funny, as I go around to each person, I kind of go with a different thing because, like, I can do that here. You know, I can do that on this piece.
I mean, I've seen some big names.
And it kind of goes out this way. It's because you have this new fun brush to play with. That's why. I probably got a little overzealous here, but that's how you're going to go back in and fix any of the other little things. You can do that same idea with any of these other spots. If you do a spot, just put a little bit of, knowing which way to go, because sometimes you don't want to completely go over the area that you just went, right? Excuse me. So that just softens it up. Okay, now you go have fun with it. Now you're gonna go make it soft stuff all over the place now. Okay.
Vacated my chair.
she relinquished the throne to the queen. I love it. Okay, let's see here. Hey, let's see here. Actually, I'm going to commend you on some stuff first. You did really well with doing the colors in here. And you can take a clean brush and just come in here and pull this down a little bit and make it so it's not quite as like a line. Mm-hmm. But I like your color here. You did a nice job. You can put a little bit of the darker. What is that color? That's green. See, I get confused. I keep going to everybody's different palettes. I'm like trying to make myself at home, trying to figure out where everything is. Just make sure there's food in the fridge. I'll be fine. I just got to figure out where everything goes. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Okay, so like the spots. You're doing the spots, and oh, so you've got this little brush right here. Nice. This is a red dot. All right, so this is like a sable, okay? Didn't see that you had this before. Where is your oil? Your linseed oil?
I don't have that.
Have you not been using linseed at all? Oh, wow.
No.
Wow, you did great considering you don't have any linseed oil. Susan, do you have a drop? A drop to spare?
Are you using linseed oil?
Oh, everybody should be. Welcome to day 2. It's right over here, right behind you.
Everybody was looking at it, don't we?
Okay.
Anybody desperate for some coffee like I am? I'm willing to.
Oh, are you going? Are you going for a run?
Yes.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually I generally just drink a cup a day. Oops. I'm good, honey. I don't need to.
Yes.
Because I'm good like that.
Don't you want any sweetener in there?
Maybe a couple of additional fruit caramel. And people like
Anybody else?
Okay. Do you have your paper towel? I'll take that. Oh, you got a lot of stuff on this one.
Sorry. Here you
That's
go.
okay. Thank you. Okay.
Look at me run.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So if you take this brush
Yeah.
and I dipped it in, so I just put some oil right here.
Okay.
The oil's going to help you blend. So if you don't want to go up into the dark area, you just kind of just.
Oh, I thought we were going to take a really fine brush and make texture tomorrow.
Well, this is kind of, it's okay.
Laying
I
the
see
base.
I see an opportunity, so I'm
No,
grabbing
I
it.
hear you.
And so I'm grabbing it.
So I was
So
wondering because I was looking at some people, I can see some furry texture, and I was like,
I heard you talking over here. It's like, oh, you can tell it's furry.
yeah.
But I'm going over the spots just a little bit because we're going to switch back over to our bird here in a minute. So if you're putting a spot in, the bird is a word. That's what we're switching to here in just a few. Okay, so like if you're putting a spot in, and I'm not putting a spot in, is this your black?
The black is.
Yeah, this appears to be black.
Okay.
So if I go in here and do this, now I've got wet paint that's got a little bit of oil in it, and I'm using the tip of that little brush just to, we just want to put it, kind of suggest we're, so actually this might be the, that other stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up a little bit into the fur. So you can leave the ends like that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So you're getting the texture because you have oil in it?
The oil will help make it easier. It's smoother. So you see how I'm just kind of going over the top here?
Yeah.
And I just want to, at this point, you're just trying to keep it smooth. You don't want it to be that furry. You just want to start making suggestions
Right.
where they're going to be. And that's all you need to do at this point. So if you want to like go back over this and you have enough paint down, make sure your brush is clean, grab a little bit of oil. I couldn't believe you haven't had any oil before. Didn't even think to look. I just assumed everybody had it. You can pull up on it. And you're right, some of the spots go down in different directions. This is just going to help loosen them up, you know. I guess it.
What does this building have a ghost?
Somebody just said something about it.
Yeah.
I'm from Charleston, Ghost on
Oh, you might have brought him.
Right. Maybe it came in with
I
you.
didn't come from there.
Bonnie, your cat looks like he's on a pristine glacier.
Yeah, it does look like she hasn't gotten to the rock yet. It's a snow cat.
Yeah, it's all this beautiful background and this pure white base. Yeah.
So you see how you can just use that to just kind of soften it up and create that fur?
Oh, it's already looking like it's done.
Well, this is the part that you can just take a little bit more white and then just hit it up in these little areas like this.
Sorry, so let me just see that. Let me see, just because then I'll do that.
Yeah,
part.
go ahead.
So here I have some like a mauve
But make sure
color.
that it's in the right spot because look, there is that dark color in here. You don't want to go and cover it up. So you go in with the darker color first.
So let me just take some oil. No, that's not the right color.
It's like, wait, what? No.
No, well, what am I supposed to do?
No, you got it. If you're going in here,
Yeah.
see, it's always easier for me because it's not my painting I'm messing up, right? See how that works? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to go in here and do that because I'm looking at the darker. In this case, it actually
See,
looks.
it's getting this little texture. So is it from?
I am. If you look at the bristles,
Yeah.
I am barely. It's not like I got it bent.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not putting a lot of pressure. It's very. Look how if I did it in slow motion. Whoa. Has slow motion
Okay.
noises. But see, you're just going to just slightly. But see, it makes it so much softer. Now
Yeah.
you've got that there. With a clean brush, you take the white paint, like that, and you're going to say you have some that are coming down this way. Because I'm looking at this.
Yeah.
This is why a soft brush is really handy when you're dealing with this kind of substrate because it's so flat. But you learn to use less pressure on your brush, and you learn to use soft brushes a little easier.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Go forth and make furry hair. I'm coming. I'm coming to you. You have a what?
Spot phobia.
Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid.
Is that your friend's shampoo that smell?
I don't know.
Good.
Does it?
Yeah, it smells good.
Thank you. And I get the botanicals. There's all different kind of smells that you can put in there. Okay.
You're exhausted.
I know I am tired. I'm
I hate
sure.
to be one of the ones that are.
You're because you're so different than anybody else here.
I mean, here's.
No, I want this. I want this. I want this. I want this. I'll be there, Susan. I'll get there. I just. I feel you. All right. First of all, I'm gonna go in here and just darken this a little bit. And so, I'm bringing this down like that. And if it starts to run out of
Harder than I thought it would be.
now the part of the thing is like I see you've been using a little brush, and that's okay. So when you're making your spots, what is your, oh yeah, that's what you got here. All right, hang on. I can't believe it. We've worked on this cat all day, and we haven't gotten to the bird. I'm willing to go longer today if anybody's willing to stay. I know you've.
I mean, the dogs are.
I get it.
running all day. Eric's in Kremlin.
So let me show you. So if you do a spot, and don't worry about them being in exactly the right place. Remember this, like first before I get into that, the we got to put the dark so we know where things are. So hang on. And I'm glad you have the actual photo reference. Okay. So here's this dark area here. Let's put a little bit more brown in that. Your oil. Okay. Boop. There we go. And there's an area right here, it's like the midline of the cat's chest, okay? So you see it's very, okay. So we just kind of get this out like that first. So we can start to make sense of the different values that's in front of us. We're going to take some of this out too. This looks good. I'm just trying to get some of the, all right, so once we get our kind of our structure in, let's put a little bit more in that.
Black's there.
Is this the black?
No, that's purple, but the black's there.
Black's here. Okay.
Are we gonna work on the bird today? Probably not.
Well, it's 4 o'clock. I didn't realize it was that late. Dang. We can get it done tomorrow.
It's that whole 1:30 lunch that's doing it.
We need
Yeah,
to
but we,
do something different.
Actually, that was better because I feel I can go a little bit longer today because lunch was later.
well, but lunch was later for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But because we broke a little bit later, I'm not as tired in the afternoon section as I was yesterday after lunch. Because yesterday after lunch was really long.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to show you about spots. So we kind of got that part done. So when oh yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, but we will, I'm going to cover, let me take this one part out. Oh, that's the rock. It kind of goes like, and I still got purple on here. I know it was over here. No. I'm just going to make it over here with brown in it. Okay. So if you're putting a spot in, I know you've got I know you got that brush, so that's going to be good. So like if we put this one in here. And there's another one here. Do you have some more black paint? Oh, there it is. Is this where you put it? Okay, thanks. Does she have the key? You just need to go meet her at the elevator.
I can get her.
Oh, thank you. She says you go get her. All right. I mean, there's a whole bunch of spots, but say you go in here with some of the spots. Then you take your brush like this. That's nice and clean. Just kind of soften them up a little bit. Going in the direction you think the fur is growing. and it will soften them up. If you have a smaller version of this, it's even better. But that's the idea. This is the, let me see. This will work. So if you go in, and I'll probably put this, let me get the structure correct. That was quick.
Did you want something?
No. I didn't want anything. I just said that was quick. But you got back fast.
You have sugar-free caramel without sugar-free vanilla.
Thank you.
Closest I can get now.
Appreciate it.
You didn't even get to me yet, right? That's good.
You probably then, if you have a spot phobia, you're probably thinking, oh no, I have to do spots. It'd be okay.
Well, to have to make it look good, it's just.
Well, but it's just, you don't even have to be that accurate. Just put some spots in. And then just pull the soft, and just take your clean soft brush and just little short strokes. And I pull up a little bit on it. See, it'll just
Blend in.
well, but you got to do really soft hand, like that. Does that make sense?
Is that all the spots I need, really?
No. I want you to try it. I want you to at least try. Yeah, I was using black and a little bit of brown in it. And then use a clean brush when you're blending. Let's see, honey. I need you to get up for a second. Okay. Yeah. No. It was the clean, it's probably over there with your, I probably put it, yeah, that's the one I used.
But to make the other spots.
Oh, I used the pointed round or a smaller brush. Yeah, that one. To put them, and then I used the clean brush to.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
What did I do?
Well, what I'm going to show you
Oh,
is,
I hadn't gotten to those yet.
well, I'm looking at all of the spots. You're going to have to, try to go with it's not blobs of color. They're actually they should be, this needs to be more intense a color.
The arm?
Yeah.
So do I need to scrape it?
No. Where's your oil? No.
That's thinner. The
Ah.
purple one's oil.
Okay.
There you
So on the spots, it's better when you can use a.
go. I was trying to go by that.
Yeah, but it's just a rule of
I was just trying to have a little fun.
Oh, well, as long as you're learning something. Okay, then, so this is actually, you've kind of got a flat white here. So what you need to, if you put another color on top, so you have this over here.
Oh, the highlight?
Just a little bit. You don't cover up the spot. You just put that there and then move on down. And then you find other areas where you could do that too.
I hadn't gotten to it yet.
Right, it's, you've got to, well, but I felt like I need to fix these first because,
Okay.
so, does that make sense? Because you got in here, you've got a distinct area. If you're using this as your reference, you went very brown. Is that because you're going brown because that's what the photo, the actual photo reference, or the photo of the painting?
I think I accidentally overblended and then got it mixed in with some other stuff, so I just went with it.
Okay. Trying to
Blew it down a little
blew it down a little bit, but you really just need to, if you get in here, see how dark it is compared to this, and that's what helps bring the arm forward. If your values are all so close, it's really hard to be able to pull one forward or push one back if they're kind of that close. So
Yeah, I kept overblending it, so I was just gonna leave it alone for a little bit.
okay, but we're gonna need to finish it tomorrow. So I'm like, okay, I wanted to try to take it as far as I could take it today. I think the bird is gonna come together faster. That's the idea. Try not to make them just blobs. Try to make them a little bit softer like that. So
Feather
they
them
have,
in?
yeah, so they look like they have a direction. And
Yeah.
be careful about just lining stuff.
Oh, I was gonna make it fluffy and.
But you got to do it before it dries, honey, because when it dries, you'll have those big lines there. Okay? Uh-huh. Okay. Tired. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, ladies. I'm feeling it.
So I need a lot of help, definitely down in this.
I'm gonna commend you on some stuff first. I like that you're going with some texture and fur. That would make me crazy.
Well, it keeps going off.
Oh, okay.
That's
just
the real.
okay. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I was gonna say, oh, it's moving. So, oh, interesting. What little brush? We got your little makeup brush.
That's my makeup brush.
Are you using it here?
Yes, I have, just soften things up.
Okay, I was gonna say you could do the same thing here because you're getting a little too chunky.
Yeah.
So you can just see how that just right away, and just see how you can loop. You pull with your hand in the direction the fur grows, and it will look very soft. I'm just knocking down the edges really,
Mm-hmm. Looks great.
and so you can. Okay, so if you see that, you're
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah, I was thinking of picking that up myself. Like, it makes it look.
It makes it look soft.
Yeah.
That's why and this kind of surface is best for this than canvas. Okay, but you only use this brush for blending. Don't use it for
I don't
any.
use it for anything but just.
But then you'll want to do it since you got
little
this
bit up
out.
there, too.
It's a
Yeah.
little too much. And remember, the brushes work in both, in other directions. Then you know what to do.
Yeah, and how about like this leg? It looks. Like,
Okay, this whole area needs to be much darker.
Okay. Yeah.
I know you got ultramarine blue someplace. Is that?
That's it.
Come on, Sue. So if you go in here darker, it's easier
I was trying to, and I wasn't getting it as dark as I wanted it.
because it's because there's so much white paint down.
Yeah. That's,
And the kicker here is, folks, we're running out of time, and I'm getting nervous about wanting to get these finished. It's like we'll probably either have to work late today or work late tomorrow. Raise, is Eric coming home tomorrow?
Yeah, we come to
Okay.
They also made a little.
All right, tomorrow, ladies, we will probably need to work a little bit later than 4 o'clock, okay? Just gonna give you a heads up.
Should we bring our own lunch?
Yeah, I think I'll work through lunch.
Or we could get door dashed in. We
It might be easier to like order pizza or something instead of having individual, something shareable.
yeah, we'll figure it out. No more Mexican for Jerry.
But she likes pizza.
There we go.
I can work on that. I don't want to take it.
No, you're fine, honey. I'm going to show you something now. So, if you put your little spots in here.
I don't even know what it was called. It was Mexican.
We went to a Mexican restaurant. I don't know what it was, but it was Mexican. That is so funny. So what I was going to show you here is if you put white on top of this now. Oops. Where's your cleaning stuff? Okay. Okay. So if you put your white down.
Sorry about that. How was the dumplings? No, dumplings aren't the
So you can
My
put,
biggest problem is I don't have a light enough touch with the paintbrush.
but that's something you learn,
yeah.
and you will learn. If you take away anything from this today, you're learning about soft edges. And it's something that's hard for a lot of people to really to get a grasp of. So you have that contrast now in that area, and you can really play with it. This is a fun brush.
And then his foot has to just get more.
You'll get more paint on it. But I'd say, like I said, we got to be prepared to work late tomorrow. We're going to have to take a short lunch and work a little bit late. All right, Miss Ann, let's take a look. You're looking pretty good there, lady.
Okay, I need to, well, now that I saw you blend here, now that I saw you blend Lisa's, should I blend my stripes?
Yeah, you want to just go ahead and sit down, try it, and let me see, and I'll direct you then.
Okay. Notice how fast I jumped up.
Yeah, you jumped right up there.
I
Okay.
can chair.
That's right.
Blend it,
The-
okay, stripe, like that.
Yeah. And sometimes if you have to, you do but don't go in all different directions. I'll show you. Okay, you got to get up. I'm sorry. Just get up. Just get up. Score.
She just got back down.
So get up. Just get out of that chair. Get. Okay.
I'm trying to make the fur go.
Okay.
In
Where's?
the chest, to me, it looks like the fur's going every different.
Yeah. Let's direct that first. So if we're gonna, is this your oil? All right, there's supposed to be like a midline right here. Hang on. Where's your paper towels or rags?
Let me give you a better one, because this one's all crappy.
Just like old paper towel's fine.
Oh,
Just a paper towel. Thank you.
oh, here's the rag.
This is fine.
I'm just noticing his left side is so straight, like a pig leg.
It's probably a lot. Well, what we need to do is to discern the shapes. Like it's darker in here. I'm afraid that I have to talk to Reeves later tonight about her conversation with. Nothing. I gotta be watching. I have a mic on. No, I'm saying it to myself.
Got it.
Hey Matt, can you turn my mic down for a minute? On the stream. probably have it here. I just don't know where it is. Okay, so I'm just creating the shape first.
And I didn't even see that on there.
And I'm just kind of softening some of this, and I'm just doing it with this little ivory.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm gonna go back in and show you a different way.
Okay.
So you'll have it. All right, so we've got little areas where there's spots. So you have this area, this nice dark area here. So know that this area here is part of this cat's belly, if you will. And might put another one in here. I want to put a little bit of warmth in that, it's too flat. And let's see. Bless you. Okay, so I'm going to take this guy. So I'll dip it in oil first, okay? Just to make it loosen up a little bit. And go in the same direction with a really light hand.
Okay. And in a tiny bit of oil.
Yeah, a little bit of oil and just a little bit of a light hand. Just a light hand, and see, sometimes you're just kind of tapping them a little bit. So after you do that, then you can go back in. See if people are going to start wanting to get cleaned
You're
up.
brave trying to teach us this cat at this workshop.
You know, it's funny. I mean, I'm not having trouble. It's just that I'm having so much time that I'm not as far along on my cat as I wanted to be. I don't even have the rock in the foreground. So whoever's going to get that piece tomorrow is.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I always give my pieces away, so I'd like to be able to give them a completed piece.
Oops.
All right, so I'm just pulling that out a little bit this way. And you can use this again. See, I'm going in that direction that I put it in. So it's not like I'm pulling it this way. I don't want to work against it. And I'm trying to break that down. So once you start doing it that way, it'll create the look that you're looking for. So you can go a little bit over on top of here. And then you're going in the same direction. but I'm not pulling it all the way through. I'm just pulling it right to that edge to give it a softer edge.
Yeah.
Okay?
That was, I couldn't get that fur, well, I couldn't get any of the fur, but especially that chest fur, because it's like, it looks like you can pet it.
And then you're going to want to actually, in some areas, bring it out a little bit more. Say you put it a little bit here. Yeah. Because now it's going to, and then you can actually come pull it this way.
I didn't have a soft brush that went up my all makeup container and I grabbed
See the idea?
Now I can see that it's a chest.
Right. Okay, now you can go forth and make.
And I'm going to text you something too.
Okay.
Are you guys staying at the Marriott? Is that where you're going, or? I think so.
Oh, did you not have a place yet?
I'm homeless today.
Oh, you girls need to go to the same place.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, yeah, I don't really care much. I just need a place to lay my head.
Oh, my back. That's okay. Let's see, I had to.
There's a new Holiday Inn of sorts, I believe, near the Marriott. Don't know exactly the address, but it's on John D. Dennis, which is the road right off of Wilcox, which is where the Marriott is. You can probably honestly see it from the Marriott parking lot,
Oh, yeah.
but if there is any openings in the Marriott, it's probably better too.
Oh, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Suzanne,
Yes.
am I getting somewhat the hang of it now?
You are very soft. Now, this is going to be a good place for us to leave it.
I just need to stop.
Yes, because what we're going to do tomorrow, guys, because this is going to go a little longer than I anticipated, I'm going to, because we didn't even get to the Great Blue Heron, but I think our Great Blue Herons are a lot further along than the Bobcat. So we're going to jump on tomorrow morning on the Great Blue Heron and try to get it done to completion. Wherever we stop, then we can, if we want to order food and work while we're doing that, I think that's what we're going to do with the Great Blue Heron. Then we're going to say, we're done. And then we're going to go back into the Bobcat and take it to completion. I think is the plan, okay? So,
Today is Bobcat Day,
today was Bobcat Day.
so we continue with the Bobcat.
Yeah, so tomorrow we will put, we're done today with everything. What we're gonna,
It's done?
it's 4:30, we actually went over.
Okay.
So, but what we're gonna do tomorrow is, we're starting on the Great Blue Heron. We are going to take that Great Blue Heron till it's complete.
Okay.
Once we are completed with the Great Blue Heron, we're probably going to want to eat, like order something and bring it in or whatever, and keep working, and then as soon as we're going to switch over and then take the Bobcat to completion. I think it's going to be, it seems like everybody is having more, there's more to this piece than meets the eye, in that you also have to deal with background. You did not have to deal with background with the Great Blue Heron. It's why I had you paint your canvas. Now some I know that Anne and I know that Joanne are going to want to have probably at some point paint in their background, and that's okay. Remember, these pieces are initially for us to learn on, and to try new techniques, try new brush strokes, try new ideas, whatever. I mean, some people are working on, everybody's working on something different. For some people, they've never even painted before, or they've never even painted an animal before, or whatever. There's so many different things that we're all working on. But the Bobcat, it's funny, I thought it was pretty simple. When I did the Bobcat originally, keep in mind, it was only a 12 by 12. So it's a much smaller piece, and I did it in a day. But I've been painting more than 20 years. So, yeah, so but my point is, I don't know that I could have completed this piece that I'm working on now in a day, simply because one, it's larger, and it's just different. Different situation. So I want everybody else just to know that I'm also in the same boat you guys are in trying to get these pieces finished. And we will get them done, but we may have to work late tomorrow, okay? So we'll just kind of have that in your mind, as that is being a thing. That will be a thing. Sure. I just saw that. Hey, Joy Lynn, I didn't know you were actually painting along. That is awesome. I can't wait to see what you've done. And so this is going to be great. I just checked. You have to know, I don't hear anything. I just checked my everything on my monitor and saw that you were painting along. You've got the background in. That's awesome. I hope that if there's anybody else that is following along through the live stream, that hey, I think that's awesome. Just let me know. I want to hear a shout out, all kinds of good stuff. And be sure to tell your friends about the live stream and about my YouTube channel, about my Patreon. And Joylyn, I want to thank you. I saw you jumped on to the membership and even, huh?
She says, yes, I am.
Oh, yes. And I think that's awesome. So yeah, my son is actually telling me what you're saying, Joylyn. So. But I want to thank you too for, I know that you're also my newest Patreon person, and that you are just upgraded your membership. So I'm excited. So with that upgrade on your membership, I will be able to look at your pieces and give you a critique on what you're doing. So I'm excited that you're working on the Bobcat, and know that we're going to actually be working late tomorrow. Yeah, we kind of got a little bit behind on our 2 pieces, but that's okay. We're going to knock it out. We're going to get it done. So, but we are cutting out for the day. We're all tired. So, again, thank you for joining me today. Be sure to jump on tomorrow and see where we bring all of this together. Yeah, we're about to knock it out, and I will see you tomorrow. So. For now, from Kingsport, Tennessee, I'll see ya. Bye.